Chapter 267. Bang! With a dull thud, Monk Jessa's palm landed on Fong Ping's chest. Fong Ping was unmoved. He puffed out his chest, causing Jessa's palms to go numb. "I knew you were a pervert." "I'm not a pervert." Monk Jessa sneered. He turned his palm into a finger and stabbed at Fong Ping's eyes. He was playing dirty, so Fong Ping did not go easy on him. Before his fingers could attack, Fong Ping's throat bulged, and a mouthful of blood shot out. Monk Jessa's expression changed slightly as he raised his hand to block. Pooh! The blood arrow pierced through his skin and hit his bones, producing a metallic, creaking sound. Jessa, the monk's expression, changed again. What a powerful force! If he was shot in the head, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. "It's just a spar. Why are you so cruel? Not as savage as you." Fong Ping sneered. The two of them provoked each other as they fought. "Watch my 6 consecutive slashes." Fong Ping let out a sudden roar. The monk acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy, but Fong Ping's 6 consecutive slashes did not come. Instead, a puncture kick was aimed directly at his genitals. Bastard! Monk Jessa was enraged. He aimed a punch at Fong Ping's toes. Their fists and legs collided, and both of them took a step back. "Watch my 6 consecutive slashes. Kill your grandfather." Jessa cursed, but in the next moment he stomped on the ground and retreated hastily. On the other hand, Fong Ping's expression was solemn, his face flushed. "Execute 6 consecutive slashes." "Huh!" With a loud roar, Fong Ping moved his feet and caught up to Jessa in an instant. Jessa was about to use the midair step to evade when Fong Ping released his mentality abruptly. Jessa's footsteps faltered. He had no choice but to stay where he was. He let out a roar, his voice like a great bell. Then a thick, blood-red glow erupted from his fists. Unaffected by the counterattack, he hammered Fong Ping's Chongdao rapidly. Boom! A loud sound rang out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The first 3 strikes were blocked by Monk Jessa's fists, using his offense as a form of defense. The 4th saber slashed down, but blood splattered from his right hand. On the 5th strike, the scar on his left hand was deep into the bone. Jessa bellowed, "Try to execute the 6th slash. If you can't, you can just wait for death." Before he could finish his sentence, Fong Ping had already unleashed the 6th slash. As soon as the slash was unleashed, Fong Ping's face paled instantly. The monk opposite him also paled. He let out an angry roar and was about to take the attack head-on. He was disrupted by Fong Ping's mentality and had no choice but to stay where he was. He could either take it or be killed. Fong Ping's saber had already slashed out, even producing a sonic boom. His expression changed slightly. Halfway up the mountain, Li Chongxing frowned and said, "The monk is about to die." The old monk's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "He can block it." "Idiot, you'll die if you can't block it." "You're really confident." "Yes, Jesse can do it." The old monk seemed to be comforting himself. He stared at the foot of the mountain and kept turning the prayer beads with his right hand. Just as the old monk was about to make a move, Jessa, who was at the foot of the mountain, let out a wild roar. It was as if all the vital energy and blood in his body had been depleted in an instant. His arms glowed with a golden yellow hue, revealing a tinge of blood. In the blink of an eye, an explosion resounded. Jessa, the monk, flew backward. While he was in midair, blood splattered all over the ground. Fong Ping also knelt on one knee, panting heavily as he stared at the monk opposite him. Jessa, the monk, flew backward and crashed into the stone wall, causing a loud rumble. After a while, Jessa the monk crawled out from the human-shaped hole in the stone wall. Blood flowed from his mouth. He panted and said, "You tricked me. No one said you could execute 6 consecutive slashes." Fong Ping saw that he was only injured and not dead. He breathed a sigh of relief and said mockingly, "Do I have to report my ultimate moves to you?" "Bastard!" Jessa the monk cursed. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Fang Ping had given it his all in that slash. He had taken it passively, but was still slashed by the B-class Changdao. He was already heavily injured, and his internal organs were injured badly. Right now, he had no combat strength left. "Fine, cough cough, you win." Jessa the monk cursed. He did not even want his staff anymore. He crawled up and walked up the mountain. It was too embarrassing. He was severely injured and bathed in blood right at his doorstep. How could he face anyone? Fang Ping suddenly laughed out loud. "I was just kidding. I was F*King scaring you. God knows how I managed to execute 6 consecutive slashes. It might have something to do with collective strength. He really did it. If not for that, he would have almost lost to Jessa the monk, even if he used all his combat skills and even his mentality. But now he had won." Fang Ping laughed out loud, as if there was no one else around. Sure enough, actual combat is the best way to cultivate combat techniques. I did not recover my vitality. I defeated the flowery monk, who was ranked 7th, with my true strength. After laughing for a while, Fang Ping felt lost. My bone marrow is like mercury. My mentality can almost be released externally. Yet, I almost lost when I met Jessa, who was ranked 7th. These people were also young and rank 3 martial artists. Why were they so strong? Am I that weak? Fang Ping scolded himself in a low voice. Then he said, confidently, but I still won. When I execute 7 consecutive slashes, or even the final collective strength, combining 7 consecutive slashes into one, I will be invincible among the rank 3 martial artists. Old Man Li said that he would be invincible with 7 consecutive slashes. But Fang Ping felt that he had to combine 7 slashes into one. His opponents were not only the current rank 3 martial artists, but also those in the past and in the future. The rank 3 martial artists in Fang Ping's batch might not be able to compare to the rank 3 martial artists in the previous batch. Wang Jinyang, Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, and the others had already stepped into upper stage and peak rank 4. They were all ridiculously powerful. He was invincible among the rank 3 martial artists now. What about the previous batch? If I continue heading north, I think I will become stronger and stronger. When I return north, I will be invincible among the rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping propped up his Changdao, recovered his vitality, and strode out of the mountain. After walking for a while, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and looked at the stone wall. The Zen staff was still there. After touching it, Fang Ping cursed out loud. The flowery monk was too much. Fang Ping thought that the shiny golden Zen staff was made of alloy. Only after touching it did he realize that it was made of iron plated with copper. No wonder this guy did not even want the Zen staff and ran away. Even if he gave it to Fang Ping, he would find it troublesome. Bah, poor monk! After cursing, Fang Ping left quickly. July 13th, Fang Ping battled Zhang Zhenhua, ranked 15th on the rank 3 ranking list. He won. July 14th, Fang Ping battled Monk Jessa, ranked 7th on the rank 3 ranking list. He won. In just a few days, Fang Ping entered peak rank 3. Manic Explosion had 6 consecutive slashes. The news that he was suspected to have a mentality, intimidation, secret skill spread quickly. In 2008, Wang Jinyang went north. He only challenged rank 3 martial artists who were not on the ranking list. Even if there were martial artists who were on the ranking list, they were very few. As for Fang Ping, he went north all the way, challenging powerhouses at the top of the rank 3 ranking list. He won each and every one of them. In an instant, he became famous. At the same time, on the internet, a video was circulating. A battle between peak rank 3 martial artists. 2 peak rank 3 martial artists fighting in the air, splitting mountains and splitting rocks, shattering the earth with their feet. Was this peak rank 3? Many people saw it and found it hard to believe. Some people recognized Fang Ping. He was ranked 3rd on the Martial Arts University rank 3 ranking list. If the 3rd was this strong, what about the 1st and 2nd? Where did that monk come from? July 15th, Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association announced a comprehensive ranking list. Sino-Nation Martial Arts rank 3 ranking list. Chan Qiufeng, peak rank 3 martial artists directly under the military department, ranked 1st. Gua Xian, peak rank 3 martial artists directly under the military department, ranked 2nd. Ling Yi, peak rank 3 CCMAU student, ranked 3rd. Su Xiaobing, peak rank 3 true martial sect disciple, ranked 4th. Yu Qin, peak rank 3 Deputy General Manager of Hope Group's subsidiary group, ranked 5th. Fang Ping, peak rank 3 MCMAU student, ranked 6th. Jessa Dharma name, peak rank 3 Wanshan Temple disciple, ranked 7th. The ranking list was updated again. Qin Fengqin broke through to rank 4 and disappeared from the ranking list. Fang Ping defeated Jessa and replaced his original position of 6th place. In a short half a month, Fang Ping went from 9th to 6th. This ranking list did not announce the results anymore. Some of the information was not convenient to be disclosed to the public. However, this ranking list still caused a huge uproar. What's going on with Wanshan Temple? Isn't it a temple? There are martial artists too? True martial sect too. Is this considered a sect? Does the military department train martial artists too? I always thought that the military department is full of normal people. The martial artists in the military department are all so strong. Are you stupid? If the military department doesn't have martial artists, how can they manage these martial artists? Won't they turn the world upside down? The monk who fought with Fang Ping was Monk Jessa. There are sects in Sino-Nation. This is unbelievable. Countless people were shocked and dumbfounded. This was the first time they knew that there were sects in Sino-Nation. This was the first time they knew that other than martial arts universities, there were many other places that trained martial artists too. Similarly, this was the first time many people knew that rank 3 martial artists were so strong. Were Fang Ping and Jessa strong? In their opinion, they were too strong. Fang Ping's previous results were killing a middle stage rank 4 and escaping from a rank 6. What about now? He was now ranked 6th. He was so strong, and there were still 5 people riding on his head. Rank 3 was so strong. What about rank 4? Rank 5? Grandmasters. Before this, everyone thought that grandmasters were equivalent to humanoid RPGs. Could they still think that way now? After the video of the rank 3 Fang Ping and Jessa's fight was released, everyone dared not think that way anymore. If grandmasters were only this strong, then there was no need to differentiate between rank 4 and rank 5. Fang Ping went all the way north, challenging powerhouses on the ranking list. It looks like he wants to be number 1. In the video that was released, Lu Dali said happily, Lu Dali will continue to follow up. According to the schedule, Fang Ping's next stop is Beha Province, where the Hope Group is located. Chairman Yu of the Hope Group is also the only rank 3 martial artist from the business world who is ranked in the top 10. It is not surprising that powerhouses from the military department, the sects, and the martial arts universities produce powerhouses. Yu Qin of the Hope Group is not from a martial arts university, nor is he from the military department or the sections. He is also young, just 30 years old. All this while no one has a clear concept of the combat strength of martial artists from the business world. This time, maybe we can see the combat strength of martial artists from the business world. Maybe we can see the clash between CCMAU and MCMAU, the clash between martial arts, university students, and military department martial artists. I'm looking forward to it. However, in order to raise travel expenses, I hope that everyone can go to Kudu and watch some of my previous videos. Back then, I risked my life to film the rank 8 Grandmasters battle, but you don't have to watch it on demand. In order to benefit everyone, I have already authorized the website to let everyone watch it for free. It's a pity that I didn't get to watch the rank 8 Grandmasters battle up close. But don't worry, if there is another Grandmaster battle, I, Lou Dolly, will definitely risk my life to film it. Just saying, those who were ignorant had no fear. When he saw the scene of a peak rank 3 martial artists fighting like this, Lou Dolly was scared out of his wits. I didn't die back then. Outsiders did not know the difference between Grandmasters and rank 3. How could he not know? However, he had never seen a Grandmaster fight. The last time he heard someone mention it, so he was curious and went to film it. In the end, he realized it seemed to be acceptable. Now that Lou Dolly knew, he got his life back. As a middle stage rank 3 martial artist, Lou Dolly came from a martial arts training class and was also a weirdo among martial arts training classes. It was rare to achieve rank 3 in 10 years. If a rank 3 martial artist like him went to the military department or other places now, he could also live comfortably. However, Lou Dolly had no intention of doing so. He kept doing his old business. As for the catacombs, he had not reached upper stage rank 3. Not many people looked for him, so he really did not know much about it. That was why he had never seen a Grandmaster fight. Now that he thought about what happened last time, Lou Dolly felt a lingering fear. He did not succeed in courting death. God bless him. As for a peak rank 3 martial artist like Fong Ping, although he was much stronger than him, it was still acceptable. He would not die as long as he was not hit directly. He could film it secretly and earn some money for pills. Fong Ping did not read the news online. However, he still knew about some things. When Fong Yuan called, her tone was extremely dissatisfied. Fong Ping, didn't you say you had something to do? Why did you go looking for people to fight again? This time, he was not killing evil sect martial artists. He finally had a summer break and a few days of rest. But Fong Ping actually went out to fight monks again. In the hotel, Fong Ping maintained his Changdao while laughing. Didn't your brother fight for first place for you? Now I'm in 3rd place. You're in 6th place. 6th place. The new ranking list said. Fong Ping only knew that the new ranking list had been announced after Fong Yuan finished speaking. He laughed. Yeah, I'm only in 6th place. Do you think I, your brother, am someone who would submit to others? I must get 1st place. When I get 1st place, I'll go back. Don't worry, it won't be long. If everything goes well, I'll be back by the end of the month. There were still 5 people in front of him. He did not have to challenge them one by one. It would depend on his improvement. Fong Ping felt that once he achieved 7 consecutive slashes, he would directly challenge 1st place. Is it dangerous? I saw you beat up the monk until he vomited blood. There's a video on the internet. Fong Ping was a little slow to realize. Yeah, it's really popular. Many people are watching it. My classmates saw it too. They were all shocked. Only now did they know how powerful you are. Fong Yuan was a little proud. Usually, everyone only knew that her brother was powerful. They did not know how powerful he was. Now they knew. Cutting a mountain with 1 slash. There's no danger. I was just fighting for fun. It's nothing to vomit blood. Your brother. I vomit blood every day when I cultivate. Fong Ping gave a perfunctory reply. He then asked, Is the online video popular? Is there a fee? There's a fee. 10 cents per view. Fong Ping understood. He cursed in his heart. Damn it. Did they pay me a copyright fee? He would definitely look into this matter. 10 cents was so expensive. Everyone was curious about martial artists now. There were more than 1 billion people. Even if there were 100 million people watching, it would still be 10 million. This matter would not end without 8 million. Fong Ping made a mental note of this. He was not in a hurry. He was a peak rank 3 martial artist who was about to enter rank 4. He would wait until their videos became more popular and earned more money. He would then scam them. If they did not pay up, he would call a bunch of martial artists to block the door. He chatted with Fong Yuan for a while and comforted her for a while. The girl did not say much. At least, she only saw Fong Ping beating people up. She did not see Fong Ping being beaten up. Chapter 268. Although Fong Ping had won by defeating Jessa, he had also expended some of his wealth. In the hotel, Fong Ping frowned. The path of challenge was to accumulate strength and make himself stronger. It was imperative. However, blindly spending his wealth was not what he had expected. How do I gain both fame and fortune? Fong Ping thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. He took out his phone and called Li Qingze. As soon as the call went through, Fong Ping said, "Get someone to prepare a martial arts uniform for me with the Distance Company's promotional uniform printed on it. Also, start promoting the fact that Distance Company is my company on a large scale. With the new Martial Fund's cooperation, they could seize the opportunity to thoroughly spread Distance's fame. Now is the best opportunity. The government has only released the rank 3 ranking list. Rank 3s like us are at our peak now. This is a rare opportunity. A grandmaster was too far away from them. He also wouldn't fight in public for no reason. It would be too embarrassing. Rank 3 martial artists like Fong Ping did not have to worry about this. Now, the government was slowly promoting the commoners to deepen their understanding of martial arts. Fong Ping had just defeated Jessa, so he was the center of attention. At this time, almost everyone was concerned about his path of challenge. Everyone was looking forward to Fong Ping's journey north and challenging powerhouses more than the rank 8 Grandmaster battle. Li Qingze was stunned for a moment. After a while he said, "Wouldn't this be? I don't care." "Why do you care?" "Oh, right." Fong Ping paused and said suddenly, "Look at the situation and contact all the scenic spots and tourist resorts. See if anyone is willing to sponsor us. I can choose the location of the challenge to be near the scenic spots or resorts. Also, I can extend the time and wait for the reporters and the public to gather." Li Qingze was completely dumbfounded. Is that even possible? After hesitating for a moment, Li Qingze said dryly, "Isn't it a little too utilitarian?" In everyone's eyes, martial artists did not have the stench of money. Although there were also martial artists among those celebrities and businessmen. In the eyes of many, they were martial artists and not considered martial artists. Martial artists in business were often forgotten by others. Fong Ping's journey of challenges was more in line with the image of a martial artist in everyone's mind. Fong Ping explained, "Martial artists need to cultivate too. They need to eat and drink too. How can they cultivate without money?" This was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. It doesn't matter if you're taking a loan or something. It's the best time to start expanding quickly. All right, as long as you don't have any objections. Li Qingze was also afraid that Fong Ping would feel that it was inappropriate. In reality, Fong Ping was the one who suggested it. If that was the case, of course, he would be happy to do it. Now, everyone was paying close attention to Fong Ping's path of challenge. Could Fong Ping reach the top of rank 3? These were all things that everyone cared about. Moreover, Fong Ping was very young. He was a martial arts university student. All these made everyone feel that if Fong Ping could do it, even if they could not, their own children could. After chatting with Li Qingze, Fong Ping suddenly thought of someone. After tidying up, Fong Ping hurried downstairs. As he descended the stairs, he sensed that someone was following him. Fong Ping stopped abruptly and shouted, "Come out!" Behind him it was empty. After a while, Lu Dali walked out with a sheepish smile, still holding a camera in his hand. He laughed dryly and said, "Hello, Student Fong." Fong Ping stared at him for a while. He had planned to settle the score with him later, but it would be the same to settle the score with him now. "Were you the one who leaked the video of Jessa and me?" "That 91. I'll take 9 and you take 10. Lou Dolly's expression was blank. Was it appropriate to talk about splitting the score the first time they met? Fong Ping saw that he did not answer and immediately said, "What, you're not willing? You followed me, filmed me, and uploaded the video without my permission. According to the rules of the martial arts world, you have to accept even if I challenge you to a death match. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Lou Dolly was dumbfounded. "I don't fight, Mr. Fong. Of course, I'm not the kind of person to haggle over every ounce. We'll talk about splitting the score later. If you help me with something, I won't challenge you anymore." Lou Dolly said immediately, "Go ahead, go ahead." Fong Ping looked around. He went forward and grabbed his shoulder, pulling him toward his room. Lou Dolly's expression changed. He said in a small voice with a long face, Mr. Fong, I think that between men, actually." Fong Ping glared at him. This guy had a wretched look on his face. What was he thinking? When they returned to his room, Fong Ping asked him to sit down. Seeing that he was uneasy, Fong Ping ignored him and said directly, "Do you want to record a video of me fighting someone else?" "Yes, that's good enough. I'll give you this chance, a fair chance. Of course, if you want to make a profit from the video, you have to split the money with me. Also, find some fake reviewers and hype it up online. For example, no matter who I challenge next, hype it up to the highest point. For example, if I challenge Ling Yi, focus on the main point. Say that Ling Yi is known as the #1 beauty in the martial arts world and is as beautiful as a flower. Or add something else. Say that she and Han Su have a story that must be told. When CCMAU was defeated by MCMAU, Ling Yi wanted to avenge Han Su. You can even add oil to the fire and say that Han Su and I are rivals in love because of Ling Yi. You can even do that." Lou Dolly was dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Then what if she gives me trouble? Are you stupid? Can you let others know that you did it? They won't waste their energy to investigate. It's just gossip. Who knows if it's true or not? Anyway, just hype it up, then upload the video. Also, help me promote my company, Distance Company. It's a reliable company that I opened. Don't be too special. When I was competing, I wore a Distance publicity uniform with small words on it. Your eyes are sharp, so you notice the words, and then you mentioned it unintentionally. Lou Dolly listened with a dumbfounded expression. He could do that? Also, when you're filming, talk about me more. You have to say a few words about the opponent. Mainly say that the opponent is strong, very, very strong, and highlight that I'm stronger. Don't do this, and that. Otherwise, wait for me to challenge you. Don't forget, you were the one who provoked me first." Lou Dolly wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I only filmed a video. Do you have to do this?" In his eyes, Fong Ping was a super powerhouse among the rank 3 martial artists. This kind of person should not be involved in worldly affairs, a martial arts fanatic. But now he had been captured to do hard labor to cooperate with Fong Ping to promote himself and his company. He even asked him to hire fake reviewers to build momentum, gossip, and promote. Was this still the martial arts powerhouse that he had imagined? "Mr. Fong, isn't this a little too? Cut the crap. Why don't you take a punch from me now? If I don't kill you, then you can say this. Of course, I won't kill you, but I can still break a few of your bones. Who asked you to stalk and film me?" Lou Dolly wanted to cry, but had no tears. He said sheepishly, Then how do you think we should split the profits from the video?" 9-1. Seeing Lou Dolly's unhappy face, Fong Ping coughed dryly. 8-2. You're only filming a video. If I don't look for you, I can look for someone else. Do you think you're unique? I'm the one risking my life when I fight with others. You're just watching from the side. I'm giving you 20%. Isn't that fair? That's true, but if other people film as well, if they dare to upload without my permission, I'll sue them until they go bankrupt. Don't worry about this. Of course, if we earn a sum, we can publicize the video for free and expand our influence again. All right. Lu Dali accepted the conditions, but he still could not wrap his head around it. How did he suddenly become working for Fong Ping? Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, "See if you can contact some scenic spots. After you've contacted them, help them advertise it. For example, say that this is the battlefield of future grandmasters so that more people can come and watch. Previously, when we were at Wanshan Temple, Yuntai Mountain was already a famous scenic spot. Changing it to a less famous one would be a great help to them." Lu Dali was completely convinced. Fong Ping was even more greedy than he was. The two of them discussed the matter. Soon, Li Qingze had someone deliver Fong Ping's custom-made martial arts uniform. There was an inconspicuous name, distance embroidered on the arm. The contact with the scenic spots was completed in no time. Right now, Fong Ping happened to be the center of attention. A newly built tourist resort in Beha had offered 5 million, inviting Fong Ping to choose their location as the battlefield. Fong Ping was actually not very satisfied with 5 million. However, it was only the beginning. No one had seen the results yet, so he could not ask for too much. However, Fong Ping was not satisfied with the price. After entering the Beha area, he did not challenge Yu Qin directly. Instead, he found a rank 3 martial artist ranked in the 40s to test his skills. If he wanted to challenge Yu Qin, he would have to see if anyone else offered a higher price. He would have to change the location. Moreover, Yu Qin was a peak rank 3 powerhouse, so it was not easy to ask him out. Fong Ping had to think of something else. On July 17th, Fong Ping challenged the president of the Beha Martial Arts University Martial Arts Society, ranked 41st in the rank 3 ranking at the Beha Tourist Resort. This time, Fong Ping sent a challenge invitation, and the other party readily agreed. Martial Arts University students were still young and hot-blooded. Fong Ping took the initiative to challenge, so there was no reason not to accept. Beha Martial Arts University was much weaker than MCMAU, so there was no shame in losing. The two of them battled in the Beha Tourist Resort. There were many onlookers. Fong Ping and his opponent fought for 15 minutes before he defeated him. For martial artists, such a long time was actually unexpected. Fong Ping and Jessa's battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Fong Ping took 15 minutes to defeat the 41st ranked martial artist. This surprised many. Soon, a video was uploaded on the internet. It was very clear, exceptionally clear. Lu Dali was the only reporter who was authorized to enter the battle zone. In the video, he talked until his mouth went dry. He praised the strength of the NMAU Martial Arts Society president who fought Fong Ping. Of course, he was defeated by Fong Ping in the end. As for the distance logo that Fong Ping inadvertently revealed, it was also seen by the sharp-eyed Lu Dali. Soon, Lu Dali remembered the famous distance company in Magic City. Now, many people in Magic City knew that distance company was actually Fong Ping's company. As for why Lu Dali, who was not from Magic City, knew so much, there were not many people who cared. On July 19th, Fong Ping challenged Hope Corporation's Yu Qin. The venue was set to be at Hope Tourist Hotels Plaza. Yes, Hope Hotel. As a business martial artist, Yu Qin was not lacking in business acumen, even though he was a powerhouse. When Fong Ping set the time and venue, Yu Qin knew what he was thinking. Without another word, Yu Qin discussed with Fong Ping and changed the venue. Of course, Hope Corporation would pay extra. This had nothing to do with sparring. Business was business, sparring was sparring. Yu Qin would not go easy on Fong Ping. If he defeated Fong Ping, not only would he have more momentum, but he could also use this reputation to attract more attention to Hope Corporation. When Fong Ping and Yu Qin were sparring in the plaza outside Hope Hotel, there was a sea of people outside. In the air, old man Li's face was dark. He cursed for a long time. He was crazy about money. Was this little bastard here to build up momentum or to advertise? There were no good martial artists in the business world. Fang Ping was wearing Distance's publicity uniform, while Yu Qin was wearing Hope Corporation's work uniform. Did these two bastards usually wear this when they practiced martial arts? To be able to reach the 5th rank among casual martial artists, Yu Chen's strength was naturally not to be belittled, and he was very strong. Yu Qin usually did not spar with martial artists. He mainly trained in the catacombs. He looked gentle, but his killing intent was much stronger than Fang Ping's. But the more it was so, the angrier Old Man Li became. These two fellows were also elites in the martial arts world. In the end, they were so obsessed with money that they did not forget to advertise even when they fought. On the 19th, Fang Ping and Yu Chen's battle ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries. Fang Ping won by a small margin, dragging out the fight to win against Yu Qin. However, Fang Ping's injuries were not light. He had no choice but to stay in Beha to recuperate. At the same time, news of Fang Ping and Ling Yi's battle was also spreading like wildfire. MCMAU fights CCMAU again. Grudges are hard to resolve. CCMAU's Ling Yi is known as the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. Is it true? In the Martial Arts University Championship, Han Su suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Qin Yunxi. Rumor has it that Han Su and Ling Yi are boyfriend and girlfriend. MCMAU's Fang Ping and Qin Yunxi also have an ambiguous relationship. A battle of revenge? The entanglement of love and hate is all in this battle. Ling Yi tested her sword in CCMAU and defeated Su Xiaobing of the True Martial Sect. Can Fang Ping win? Everything is on Kuda Video. Please look forward to Lu Dali's exclusive report. The news of the battle between the two had not been confirmed yet, but it was already spreading like wildfire on the internet. Gossip was always the focus of the people. While Fang Ping was still recovering from his injuries and preparing to rush to capital city, Old Man Li could not stand it anymore. He appeared at the hotel where Fang Ping was staying with a dark expression. At the hotel, the moment Fang Ping opened the door, Old Man Li grabbed Fang Ping like he was grabbing a chicken. He said angrily, "You bastard, what are you doing? Do you think sparring is a game?" Fang Ping stared blankly for a while before explaining with a bitter face, "Instructor, I need to cultivate too. I don't have money. These two things don't conflict, right?" *T. Old Man Li was so angry that he cursed. His face was dark as he said angrily, "How embarrassing! If word gets out, MCMAU will lose its reputation." Fang Ping tried every possible way to appease the old man. In the end, Old Man Li's anger had not subsided. He said, "You can mess around, but when you're fighting with CCMAU's Ling Yi, you have to be careful. Don't think that you can beat up all these people. She has killed an upper stage rank for Catacombs martial artist. Even if it's a Catacomb civilian martial artist, it means that her strength has reached a peak." Fang Ping's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "I know. When I fought Yu Qin, I knew that my strength is still lacking. But the more it is, the more important it is to me. If they're not as strong as me, then this challenge is meaningless. My foundation is actually better than theirs. I'm not boasting, but my physique, vitality, and mentality are all stronger than theirs. The key is that I don't know how to use them, or should I say that I haven't used them well. Fighting with these same rank powerhouses is more beneficial for me to grasp control. My foundation is here. I'll become stronger when I meet someone strong. If Ling Yi can give me enough pressure, I think I can become stronger." Old Man Li did not deny his words. Fang Ping's foundation was indeed good. It was precisely because of this that Fang Ping was able to become stronger after a few battles. Even so, Old Man Li still warned him, "You have a strong foundation, but the others are not weak either. If you are defeated before you can integrate, absorb, and digest, then there's no point in talking about this." If Ling Yi defeated Fang Ping, she might break through soon. Chapter 269. Capital City. Capital City Martial Arts University. Ling Yi was not old. She was only 20 years old. She was not tall and looked petite. She looked even younger. At this moment, Ling Yi's expression was cold. The phone in her hand was crushed into pieces. I'm related to Han Su. Battle of revenge? Ling Yi gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. How dare you ruin my reputation? Don't let me find out who started the rumor. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat him up. After crushing the phone, Ling Yi looked at Han Su, who was looking around, and asked suspiciously, Han Su, did you say it yourself? Han Su felt wronged. I'm stupid. Ling Yi, you're a violent maniac. I'd look for Li Ran instead of you. Senior Ling, do you think that's possible? Han Su was helpless. Ling Yi suddenly became furious. She slammed the table and said angrily, Are you looking down on me? Am I ugly? I'm known as the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. Didn't you see that? Han Su rolled his eyes. What the F***CK? You actually took it seriously. Also, I'm just explaining that I didn't do it. Why are you so agitated? Han Su was helpless. His strength was not as good as hers. He could only lower his head and count the ants. Li Hansong saw this and felt a headache. MCMAU had Qin Fengqin looking for trouble every day. MCMAU's Zhang Yu was a headache. CCMAU also had a thorn in their side. Ling Yi was a thorn in their side. Without giving her a chance to make a fuss, Li Hansong knocked on the table and said, Yi, are you confident? Ling Yi said nonchalantly, You think Fang Ping is my opponent? Even Qin Fengqin would not be my opponent before he broke through. Qin Fengqin knew this. That's why he chose to break through and did not dare to challenge me. Fang Ping is nothing. He was injured when he defeated Yu Qin. I've seen the video. His fighting style is weak and weak. He relied on his vitality to drag it out and win. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't even bother with him. Chen Qiufeng and Guo Xian are coming back. They're coming back. Defeating them is the battle I want. The older generation of the military department martial artists may not be as strong as the martial arts university powerhouses, but the younger generation has experienced more and killed more than us. They are the real opponents. Li Hansong thought for a while and said, We can't be careless. Fang Ping is MCMAU's next leader. Once Zhang Yu and Qin Fengqin graduated, Xiaolei and the others might not be able to suppress him. MCMAU's old Grandmaster Zhang has fallen in the catacombs. Now, MCMAU is probably looking for someone to establish their dominance. You are the most suitable candidate. The school mainly depended on the students' performance. People like us are about to enter our senior year. How long can we stay in school? Moreover, middle-rank students are not enough to represent all students. Instead, the 3 lower ranks are more representative. Do you understand what I mean? Most of the students in martial arts universities graduate from the lower 3 ranks. So, although your defeat doesn't mean that CCMAU's lower 3 ranks martial artists are inferior to MCMAU's. If you keep losing, we won't be able to explain it to the school. The previous martial arts university championship. Beside them, Han Su looked slightly embarrassed. He was the one who led the team in the martial arts university championship. In the end, they lost to MCMAU twice. Fang Ping did not even put in much effort. It was a huge embarrassment. Moreover, from next semester onwards, CCMAU would have to hand over 10% of the school's annual allocation to MCMAU. This was not a small number. Although no one said anything about losing so badly, it did not mean that they did not have any opinions. Ling Yi was slightly dissatisfied. She pursed her lips and said, I definitely won't lose. Also, just you watch. I'll beat that guy up. I heard that guy likes to hit women. This time, I'll let him know that women are not to be trifled with. As she said that, Ling Yi said again, When is he coming? As they were talking, someone came in. President, MCMAU's Fong Ping's challenge invitation is here. Challenge invitation? Li Han Song raised his eyebrows slightly. There are some rules. I heard that he fought his way to Yunmeng Military School and Eternal Sun Village. He's scared. Ling Yi sneered. He's afraid that CCMAU will attack him. CCMAU is not like other places. Would Fong Ping dare to do that? Li Han Song did not think much of it. This was the truth. CCMAU had many powerhouses. If Fong Ping dared to block the door, CCMAU had close to 20 peak rank, 3 martial artists. There were 7 or 8 of them in the top 100 of the combat strength ranking, which was more than MCMAU. If Fong Ping defeated them one by one, it would be enough to make him suffer. If he met Ling Yi again, she would not be able to kill him. While Li Han Song was thinking, Ling Yi had already taken the challenge invitation. She glanced at it, wrinkled her nose, and snorted. Coward! He doesn't dare to come to CCMAU. How dare he ask me to go to Happy Valley to fight? Han Su heard that and asked curiously, Happy Valley? People come and go there. It's not convenient, is it? Who knows what he's thinking? It's a public place. If people see it, he'll regret it when I beat him until he can't get up. Ling Yi did not think too much about it. It was the same no matter where she went. She did not need to have the geographical advantage. Everyone did not understand why Fong Ping wanted to go to Happy Valley. There were many places in Capital City that were suitable for fighting. Happy Valley was not very suitable for fighting. When did he say that? On the morning of the 25th, Ling Yi glanced at it. Li Hansong thought for a while and said, We'll all go then. We'll call a few instructors to prevent MCMAU from cheating. It can't be that bad, right? Be careful. MCMAU needs to prove itself now. Defeating CCMAU's prodigy is the best way to prove it. You should know what an invincible rank 3 student from MCMAU means. The new students haven't registered yet. If the outside world thinks that CCMAU students are not as good as MCMAU's, it's not impossible for some geniuses to switch to MCMAU. MCMAU will definitely accept them all. Then we have to be careful. The people from CCMAU thought too much. Fong Ping chose Happy Valley because the other party had offered a sky-high price of 15 million. Of course, they also made a small request. When Fong Ping and the others fought, could they arrange for some employees to hold up a Happy Valley banner to watch the fight? It was fine if they were far away, but they did not need to be too close. Fong Ping did not reject this request. As long as it did not affect the fight, he still had to fulfill the customer's request. At Beha Tourist Resort, the other party offered 5 million. At Hope Hotel, Fong Ping called out a price of 8 million. The Hope Group did not reject it. Here, Happy Valley offered a sky-high price of 15 million. In total, it was 28 million. Fong Ping was even considering whether he should not start a company anymore. The challenge came with some advertisements. It was much faster than starting a company. On the 24th of July, Fong Ping arrived in Capital City. He had just checked into the hotel when someone came looking for him. Fu Changding and Tang Songting. Both of them were from Capital City. In the room, Fu Changding sighed. You can already challenge Ling Yi. That's too fast. Ling Yi is extremely strong. Even my grandfather said that rank 3 martial artists, even the 2 from the military department, might not be her match. Your grandfather? Fong Ping only remembered then that Fu Changding's grandfather was an instructor at CCMAU. He was even the leader of some department. Fu Changding laughed. Don't think that the instructors from both schools didn't make any moves during your fight this time. They are actually paying close attention. My grandfather will also be there to watch the fight from CCMAU. Peak rank. 3 martial artists are already peak powerhouses in normal martial arts universities. It's almost the same in the 8-school alliance. Even in MCMAU and CCMAU, peak martial artists like you, who are at the top of the ranking list, are no weaker than average rank for martial artists. They are even more valued. Tell me, how can the instructors not pay attention? As he said that, Fu Changding asked, if you defeat Ling Yi this time, will you break through to rank 4? Fang Ping thought for a while. Not necessarily. It depends. If Ling Yi can't make me combine 7 consecutive slashes, then I won't choose to break through. I'll continue to challenge. The 2 from the military department haven't challenged me yet. If I can combine 7 consecutive slashes, then it doesn't matter if the 2 from the military department challenge me or not. At least I know that they won't be my match. The so-called invincibility doesn't mean that you have to bully the weak or defeat them. If I defeat Ling Yi, I'm afraid the ranking list will be rewritten. If I combine 7 consecutive slashes, the first place will be mine. Tang Songting asked curiously, you can use 7 consecutive slashes now? No. Then you, Tang Songting was stunned. Why were you so confident that you could combine 7 consecutive slashes after a fight? Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled. If I believe I can, then I can. If I don't believe in myself, then I can't achieve this goal. You're really confident. Fu Changding laughed. He continued, oh right, Chun Yunqi is coming tomorrow too. We'll cheer for you together. Don't let MCMAU's name down. She's coming? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Fu Changding explained, her home is in South Capital, not far from Capital City. You're fighting in an away game, so of course she'll cheer for you. Also, I don't know who spread the news that this is a battle of revenge. Yunqi said that her grandfather knows about it. Vice-Chancellor Chen only has one granddaughter, so he's furious now. Maybe he's here to see if anyone is gossiping. I heard that the previous news was spread by a reporter. Vice-Chancellor Chen couldn't go looking for him. If he meets him this time, he'll probably teach him a lesson. Fang Ping gulped. I didn't spread the news. Lu Dali added fuel to the fire. I don't know how he spread it. Now that the Grandmaster had come looking for him, should he inform Lu Dali and ask him to run? If he did not encounter such a small matter, then forget it. Grandmasters were all busy. They did not have time to go around the world looking for you to settle scores. But if he did, Fang Ping dared not imagine what would happen to Lu Dali. By the way, if that fellow betrayed him, would he be crippled by this Grandmaster who is so protective of his children? I need to inform Lu Dali to run, or disguise myself and hide. Fang Ping chatted with the 2 for a while as he thought about these things. Fu Changding and the other 2 did not stay for long. Fang Ping was going to fight Ling Yi tomorrow. It was better to conserve his energy and be ready. At the same time, the location of Fang Ping and Ling Yi's battle was announced on the internet. The battle for the first place among rank 3 martial arts universities. This time, although it was not a battle for the first place among all rank 3 martial arts universities, Ling Yi was first and Fang Ping third in the previous ranking list. Now that Qin Fengqing had a breakthrough, Fang Ping was second. The battle between first and second would always be the most attractive. In addition, there were many versions of love and hate and entanglement, including the entanglement between MCMAU and CCMAU. The battle between 2 rank 3 students was also given more meaning. Before the battle, there was already a war of words on the internet. The battle between the North and the South, the battle between male and female martial artists, the battle between CCMAU. The 2 rank 3 martial artists seemed to represent the entire martial arts world at this moment. The matter was also becoming more and more heated. Incidentally, Fang Ping and Ling Yi were both furious. Although Fang Ping did not forget to earn money, he also understood that the treatment of the winner and the loser was very different. He had always maintained the spotlight because he had defeated those people. As for the people who had lost to him, like Jessa and Yuchen, although there were still people paying attention to them now, there were very few of them, and they quickly became a hot topic. His defeat to Ling Yi this time was not only a personal blow to him, but it would also cause Fang Ping to lose his gathering point and his money. following his victories in battles and publicity. These few days, distance was stepping up their plans and expanding everywhere. If Fang Ping lost, not only would his reputation fall, but his business expansion would also be affected. At that time, he would not only lose his reputation, but also his wealth. Wealth represented strength. In other words, if he lost, his progress and strength would suffer a double blow. In the room, after Fu Changding and the others left, Fang Ping calmed his mind and looked at his situation. Wealth, 47 million vitality, 1,250 calories, 1,279 calories plus, mentality, 540 hertz, 565 hertz plus, bones honed, 126 bones, 100%, 51 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. Right now, I've only mastered 6 consecutive chops. I might not be Ling Yi's match. Looks like I have to improve further. Honing the bone marrow of 51 torso bones required another 51 million wealth. As for tomorrow's battle, I don't plan to recover my vitality, but just in case I have to at least have a chance to recover all my vitality. I have to reserve at least 2 million wealth. 53 million. 6 million short. At this thought, Fang Ping suddenly thought of someone and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Lu Dali, what about the video websites share? Ah, stop pretending. Where's the money? I saw the videos online before. A few videos added together. The views are already a few 100 million, tens of millions. Bro, the settlement won't be that fast. The website needs to split the money too. Also, the data might not be real. Do you understand? They say there are a few 100 million views, but part of it was added by the website itself. Now they want to split the money. The website doesn't want to split the money, and the video is taken down. Also, tell me, how much money can we get? The website will split some, and I'll split some more. If you get it, 5 million at most. Give me 10 million. Don't lie to me. How much more can the website get? They didn't even charge advertising fees for increasing their traffic. I really don't have that much. Lu Dali complained incessantly. Why did he have to meet this person? Fang Ping threatened, don't lie to me. Let me tell you, a few grandmasters want to settle the score with you. I'm the one who stopped them. If you don't want to be beaten to a pulp by the grandmasters, think carefully. Grandmasters? Lu Dali was confused. Why were there grandmasters looking for him? He did not provoke any grandmasters. Chun Yunqi's grandfather is a grandmaster. I didn't ask you to gossip about her. How dare you add fuel to the fire? You'll have to bear the consequences. Also, I asked you to focus on promoting the students' grudges, but you had to involve the North-South War. There are a few 100 grandmasters on both sides. Think about it. How far are you digging your own grave? No one is looking for you now because they can't be bothered. But think about it, if I leak some information, Boss Fang. Lu Dali was aggrieved. He cried, I'm doing this for you. If I die, I'll be fine. My instructor is almost a grandmaster. There are a few grandmasters in his family. I have a background. Of course they won't look for me. Tell me, who should they look for? Those with a background or those without? Who do you think will die? Lu Dali broke down completely. He howled. I don't want to split the money. I'll give it all to you. It's only 8 million. Uncle Fang, please don't torture me. Fang Ping laughed after hearing that. Forget it. I'm not that kind of person. I promised to give you some benefits, so how can I not? I'll take 6. 5 million and you take 1. 5 million. Don't be shy with me. Thank you, Lu Dali said through gritted teeth. Hearing that Fang Ping wanted him to transfer the money immediately, Lu Dali did not waste any time. Not long after he hung up, he transferred 5 million to him. At this time, Fang Ping's wealth finally reached the requirements. At the same time, Lu Dali, who was in the hotel downstairs, snorted. Do you really think you can scare me? Grandmasters want to settle the score with me? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think grandmasters have the time to settle the score with a rank 3 martial artist like me? I've earned 15 million. Giving you 6 million is already fair to you. Do you really think Lu Dali, can be scared? After saying that, Lu Dali's face was full of joy. There was still the most important battle tomorrow. The video this time should be able to earn a lot more. No matter how sly that young Fang Ping was, he did not sign a contract with him or check his accounts. Did he really think that he would tell him everything? Chapter 270, 25th of July, Saturday. Capital City's Happy Valley. It was a Saturday during the summer holidays. Coupled with the announcement of the battle location, Capital City's Happy Valley was packed with people. The person in charge of Happy Valley was smiling so hard that his face was swollen. 15 million was not a loss for Fang Ping to choose this location for the battle. 15 million was only enough to place some outdoor advertisements in the capital city area. It was not as popular as it was now. The whole country was paying attention. The person in charge of Happy Valley was happy. Fang Ping was happy. The people from CCMAU were unhappy. When they saw the crowded Happy Valley, Li Hansong and the others frowned. So many people. Ling Yi looked dissatisfied. She said angrily, "Are they watching a monkey show?" Han Su had tagged along too. Hearing that, he said, "Maybe it's a form of training. Fighting under pressure in public is also a form of training for one's martial arts heart. Fang Ping has improved so fast. Maybe it's because he's fearless toward martial arts." Li Hansong was not satisfied at first, but now he said thoughtfully, "You're right, Yi. This is a form of training. Martial artists need to be fearless. Fighting in front of so many people is a test. Martial artists are fearless. They can perform to their best in any environment. That's a powerhouse." Ling Yi's eyes lit up when she heard this. No wonder he always chose these scenic spots. So that's why. They looked at each other. Ling Yi became serious. If that's the case, we can't underestimate him. Fang Ping was fearless. He was confident that he could perform to his best in front of so many people. He even considered the impact of losing the battle. Maybe Fang Ping chose the crowded Happy Valley with the intention of cutting off all means of retreat. At the same time, in midair, an old man with black hair straightened his back and pulled Qin Yunqi, who was looking down with his left hand. He smiled faintly and said, "This kid from MCMAU is not bad. Martial artists should be fearless." Old man Li blurted out vaguely, "If I said he received tens of millions in advertising fees, would you still think so? Fearless? You guys are really good at imagining things." Old man Li did not say much. It would be even more embarrassing. The old man did not continue. Instead, his expression turned slightly solemn as he asked, "How's the situation in Magic City's catacombs?" "They're still in a stalemate. Skygate City has clashed with Hope City more than 10 times over the past few days, resulting in countless casualties. Our side has also suffered heavy losses. I'm not sure how the military department is doing, but MCMAU has lost another 6 instructors. Altogether, 42 MCMAU instructors have died in battle this year." Old man Li's gaze turned exceptionally cold. He said darkly, "After 60 years of accumulation, there were 428 middle-ranked instructors in MCMAU at the beginning of the year. In less than a year, we've lost 1/10 of our instructors. If this goes on, we won't even have enough instructors. By the time the new students enrolled, there would be close to 7,000 students. Excluding those who were stationed in the catacombs and those who were out on missions, each instructor would need to bring more than 20 students to be enough. Tianmen City. Sooner or later, they'll be wiped out. There were many instructors in MCMAU, but some of the social sciences instructors were in the 3 lower ranks. More than 400 middle-ranked instructors. This was a formidable force. The entire Nanjiang might not be able to gather so many middle-ranked powerhouses. MCMAU alone was comparable to Nanjiang. Now, however, a large number of middle-ranked instructors had died in battle. In less than a year, they had lost 10% of their instructors. This was already affecting MCMAU's teaching. The students were the future. In martial arts teaching, a large class system was extremely flawed. Only with a small class system could they teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Under normal circumstances, an instructor should be able to teach 10 students. Any more would definitely affect the teaching. Previously, MCMAU had many middle-ranked instructors. However, in recent years, they had died in battle one after another. After they died in battle, it was difficult to replace them. There were only a few dozen middle-ranked martial artists graduating from MCMAU every year. It was impossible for all of them to stay in MCMAU. It was already good enough that some of them stayed. In addition to some rank 3 instructors who had achieved breakthroughs, in the past, it was still possible to maintain a balance between breakthroughs and battle losses. Now this ratio had been broken. The battle loss rate was twice that of the newly promoted middle-ranked instructors. In addition to the expansion of new students, if this continued, MCMAU could only continue to reduce the scale of enrollment. The black-haired old man sighed softly. These are troubled times. Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. A year ago, Tiannan's catacombs also caused a lot of damage. Other catacombs are also constantly moving. Now, on one hand, we need to increase the number of martial artists. On the other hand, we're facing the problem of a shortage of instructors. We also need to increase the number of martial artists invested in the catacombs. If this continues, we'll be in big trouble. After sighing, the old man looked at Old Man Li and said, "Do you really have no hope at all?" Old Man Li's back suddenly became a little hunched. He said in a muffled voice, "There's no hope. If I could succeed, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need to wait until now?" As for Lu Fengru, her chances of becoming a grandmaster are quite high. The old man frowned slightly. There's hope for her to become a grandmaster. However, once Lu Fengru becomes a grandmaster, she'll definitely go to Skygate City's city lord. It's practically suicide. High grandmasters won't always block rank 9 powerhouses for her. If she's not careful, she'll die. Rather than letting her die, it's better not to break through. Chan Yunqi, who was looking down, suddenly whispered, "Grandpa, can't we kill Skygate City's city lord?" The old man smiled bitterly. "It's not impossible. If Commander Li and the others make a move, they're still confident that they can kill the other party. However, if a rank 9 war breaks out and someone like Commander Li makes a move, there will definitely be rank 9 powerhouses in the depths of the catacombs. When that time comes, it won't just be about killing Skygate City's city lord. If Commander Li and the others join the battle, it means that the catacombs' rank 9 powerhouses will all come out. It might be more than 10, maybe more than 20. This is still a catacombs. If all of Sino Nation's grandmasters join the battle, they'll naturally win, but it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. How are we going to defend the remaining catacombs' passageways? Then, are their rank 9 powerhouses immortal?" Chun Yunqi was a little angry. The old man laughed and shook his head. "That's not necessarily the case. Commander Li and the others are too strong. Once they enter the catacombs, their aura will shake the heavens and the earth. That's why the catacombs' powerhouses will retaliate. However, if ordinary rank 9 grandmasters enter, fight, and kill the other party, the catacombs won't become chaotic. However, rank 9 powerhouses won't be killed so easily. Everyone is evenly matched. Even Southern Guardian Wu, one of the 4 main guardians, didn't gain the upper hand when he fought East Sunflower City's city lord. Guardian Wu is also one of the top 10 rank 9 high grandmasters. If he can't kill the other party, how do you think the others can do it?" Chan Yunqi said dejectedly, "Sino Nation's high grandmasters can't beat them." The old man sighed. How many top-notch powerhouses like Commander Li were there? In reality, the catacombs' powerhouses dared not kill humans, and scrupulously also had something to do with these top-notch rank 9s. The military department's commanderly, one of the 4 main guardians, the Northern Guardian, the Minister of Education, and some top-notch powerhouses from the central government who had not fought for many years. These people were the real super combat strength that deterred the catacombs. There was also a difference between rank 9 powerhouses. Commander Lee fought 1 against 3 and killed the other party's rank 9 powerhouses. Could the others do it? Unfortunately, Commander Lee would not act rashly now. If he killed the other party's rank 9 powerhouses, the catacombs would riot immediately and kill the human powerhouses. When that time came, it would be the moment of national annihilation. These powerhouses could only be used as a deterrent force. They could not be used as a regular force to fight, unless the decisive battle started now. Then these powerhouses would all attack. A Skygate City lord was not considered strong among the rank 9 powerhouses. In a chaotic battle, no one would care if he was killed. The old man thought about this, narrowed his eyes, and said, "That's why humans cultivate these top-notch middle and lower-ranked martial artists. Why do they want to make them stronger among the strong? These people are our future. They are invincible in rank 3, rank 4, all the way to rank 7 and 8. When they reach rank 9, once they enter rank 9, they are top-notch existences. The first time they attack, they might be able to kill some rank 9 powerhouses before the powerhouses deep in the catacombs react. At this time, even if they react, we don't have to be afraid of them. It's them who did not react in time. They can't blame others. If they really want to fight, then fight. It's not like we killed their top-notch powerhouses. If we fight to that extent, humans aren't afraid of death. This is also one of the unspoken rules between humans and the catacombs. When Chen Yunqi heard this, she said softly, "Then I want to be a powerhouse like this too." The old man chuckled, not saying anything. It was just a saying. How many people could actually do it? If there were more people like this, humans would not be afraid of the catacombs anymore. They might as well go to war directly and kill until the world was turned upside down. Chen Yunqi asked again, "Why could Skygate City Lord kill the instructor's daughter?" The old man sighed and said, "Powerhouses don't kill the weak wantonly, but it doesn't mean that they can't kill the weak. It's like this for us, and it's the same for the other party. When some of our Grandmaster powerhouses pass by the other party's territory and kill some middle and lower-ranked martial artists casually, as long as it's not too much, no one will say anything. Moreover, Grandmasters don't die so easily. Even if a rank 7 is encountered by a rank 9, they will not be killed instantly. At this time, the rank 9s on both sides will react, so when a rank 9 powerhouse kills a rank 7 or 8 powerhouse, they will be stopped. However, when a rank 9 powerhouse kills a few middle and lower-ranked martial artists casually, they will not be able to react at all. Back then, Vice-Chancellor Wu was a Grandmaster, but he was also unlucky to encounter the other party. Strictly speaking, Vice-Chancellor Wu's daughter did not die in battle, but the aftermath of the battle caused her death. Old man Lee snorted at the side. That bastard did it on purpose. He wanted to kill Vice-Chancellor Wu, so he deliberately ambushed us. He said it was caused by the aftermath, but in fact it was also on purpose. He wanted to kill us and affect Vice-Chancellor Wu's emotions. Back then, Vice-Chancellor Wu had just become a Grandmaster not long ago, so he could only force himself to fight. He could not care less about us at all. Although middle-ranked martial artists like us were injured, we would not be killed immediately. It's a pity that duo. Old man Lee's face was gloomy. They could not protect others. The only one who could protect her was Wu Quishan. However, Wu Quishan himself could not hold on much longer. No matter how much a rank 7 martial artist went berserk, he was still no match for a rank 9. The battle only lasted for a moment before Hope City's rank 9s came to the rescue. However, this short moment changed many people's lives. Duo died, Lu Fengru broke down, He Li Changsheng was crippled, and some low-ranked martial artists died too. Some middle-ranked martial artists were seriously injured, and most of them suffered serious mental damage. Lu Fengru blamed Wu Quishan. In fact, in the eyes of many, Wu Quishan was not to be blamed. He was a rank 7 martial artist. It was already not easy for him to barely block the other party. At that time, he could not be distracted at all. Unfortunately, Lu Fengru did not think about these things. Perhaps she did not want to think, or perhaps she thought that if Wu Quishan really wanted to fight to the death and drag the other party away from the battlefield where these people were, her daughter could live. In Lu Fengru's eyes, Wu Quishan dying in battle was better than her daughter dying in battle. Perhaps she only blamed Wu Quishan for not wanting to risk his life. As for whether it was because Wu Quishan was unwilling to risk his life or because he could not get away, no one could tell now. However, it was a fact that their daughter had died in the catacombs. Old man Li sighed softly. Now that he thought about it again, other than anger and hatred, there was only helplessness and unwillingness left. If she did not become a rank 9, how could she have any hope of revenge? Lu Fengru only wanted revenge. Even if she became a grandmaster, was she a match for the other party? If she went once, a human powerhouse could save her. If she went twice, they could also save her. For 3 or 4 times, she kept provoking the other party's rank 9. Did she need a rank 9 protector every time? Grandmaster-level combat strength was more of a deterrent force. If a rank 9 battle broke out frequently, then an all-out war would happen soon. No matter what, Lu Fengru's death in battle was also a loss, including her father and even Vice-Chancellor Wu. Regarding Lu Fengru, everyone had complicated feelings. On one hand, they hoped that she could break through and humanity would have another Grandmaster-level powerhouse. On the other hand, they were worried that she would break through. No one could simply restrict a Grandmaster-level powerhouse's actions. The 3 of them did not speak anymore. On the ground, there was a burst of cheers. Fang Ping held a Changdao in his hand, wearing a jacket with the words Distance Company printed on it, and strode forward. The crowd automatically made way for him. No one dared to push forward. On the other side, Ling Yi held a Changdao in her hand. The axe was no smaller than her head. In fact, it was even bigger. Han Su called her a violent maniac because of her weapon. The crowd automatically made way for her. Ling Yi glanced at Fang Ping. When she saw Fang Ping turn around, she suddenly puffed out her chest in a provocative manner. Hit here! She knew about MCMAU's Fang Ping's bad reputation. It was obvious that he was not a good person. The corner of Fang Ping's eye twitched. He opened his mouth. He did not make too much noise, but Ling Yi was furious. Martial artists still had this little bit of hearing. It's too small. I can't hit it. This was what Fang Ping said. Fang Ping. Ling Yi gritted her teeth and glared at Fang Ping. Based on this sentence alone, she would not rest until she beat Fang Ping to the ground and make him beg for mercy. Han Su, who was beside her, subconsciously glanced at her chest. Smack! A muffled sound. Ling Yi slapped his head and snorted. I'll only be a junior next semester. There are still 2 years left. If you don't have the confidence to beat me, then behave. Han Su almost vomited blood. Did I say that? I just wanted to take a look. Moreover, it's indeed small. Did you have to confess without being hit? Li Hansong felt a headache coming on. He scolded softly. All of you, shut up! Han Su vomited blood again. He said angrily, I didn't say anything. Which ear of yours heard what I said? Ling Yi hit me. Why didn't you say anything? CCMAU is getting harder and harder. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to MCMAU. That guy Fu Changding could do well in MCMAU. No way. There are many troublemakers in MCMAU. I heard that Qin Fengqing slashed people every day. Fang Ping was not a kind soul either. And those crazy girls who hit me before. Should honest people be bullied? Should I be a troublemaker too? Han Su began to doubt his life. Honest people did not have a good time these days. He, a thrice-honed martial artist, was getting more and more cowardly in CCMU. Maybe he had to change his style. That guy Fong Ping was doing well in beating up girls. Should I give it a try too? In front of him, Fong Ping had also walked to the space he had reserved earlier. He said loudly, "Ling Yi, come and fight me if you're here. What are you hiding for?" "I'm hiding?" Ling Yi was furious. She stepped into the air and slammed her axe on the ground. The ground cracked instantly. "Fong Ping, you're not worthy of my challenge. You're not my opponent. However, since you came to me voluntarily, don't blame me for being merciless when I beat you to death or cripple you later. You're not big, but you talk big. You're provoking me." Ling Yi's expression turned cold instantly. "I hate it when people say that I'm not big. Plus, my chest was too small before. If I do not beat Fong Ping until he calls me Grandaunt, I will not be called Ling Yi." Opposite her, Fong Ping was also exceptionally confident. Apart from his skull, all the bones in his body had been honed, and his bone marrow was honed. Chapter 271. Happy Valley. Ling Yi was furious. There was no referee and no introduction. There was no need for introductions. As soon as the two of them finished their introductory remarks, the petite Ling Yi wielded a heavy axe and cleaved through the air with the momentum of splitting a mountain. A strong gust of wind blew over, and the surrounding onlookers retreated in fright, their faces pale. Everyone was at least 10 meters away from the two of them. Even though the wind blew past them, their faces still felt like they were being cut by knives. The power of the two-peak rank 3 powerhouses fighting was no weaker than that of a rank 4 martial artist. Sino Nation was huge, with more than 1 million martial artists. How many of them could stand at the peak of rank 3? Ling Yi's attack was so powerful that even some of the level 4 and 5 experts who came to watch the battle were shocked. Fong Ping did not dare to underestimate Ling Yi at all. Ling Yi's pole arm swung toward him. Fong Ping's footsteps flickered, and he appeared behind Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. His saber slashed horizontally, and the sound of an explosion rang out in the air. "Courting death!" Ling Yi shouted in a low voice. She didn't even swing her long axe back. Instead, she used both hands to instantly swing the axe handle backwards. Clang! There was a loud crash as the alloy axe handle hit the blade. Sparks flew everywhere. Fong Ping took a step back from the impact, and Ling Yi leaned forward a little too. Taking advantage of the moment, she leaned forward. Fong Ping's arms bulged abruptly, his muscles bulging. His Chongdao was no longer swinging, but stabbing straight at her back. At this moment, Ling Yi stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. Her entire body spun in the air, and the long axe swung in a circle, instantly chopping down. It was as if Fong Ping's feet were treading on clouds. His feet treaded lightly on the ground. His speed seemed extremely slow, but in the blink of an eye he appeared on Ling Yi's left side, his saber slashing down again. Ling Yi was hanging upside down in midair. Seeing this, she kicked sideways with her left foot, hitting the blade of the saber. Using the momentum, she flew backward. When she landed and stood firm, she looked at Fong Ping with a solemn expression. "This kid's speed isn't slow. Your cloud steps cultivation is not bad." In the air, Grandmaster Qin nodded slightly in approval. Qin Yunqi blushed slightly. Old man Li did not say a word. "You know nothing." His cloud steps was the first to reach Mastery Realm. Why? Because he ran so fast. Did they really think that Fong Ping escaping from a rank 6 powerhouse was a joke? Underseed explosion. Even if a rank 6 was slightly careless, he would still have to be careful of Fong Ping escaping. On the other side, at the top of the Happy Valley Ferris wheel, a few CCMAU powerhouses were also watching the battle. These experts did not choose to stand in the air. Instead, They stood at the top of the Ferris wheel, their clothes fluttering in the wind, which made them look like immortals. At this moment, a strong, fair-faced, middle-aged man said in a low voice, "This kid from MCMAU is not slow. It won't be easy for EE to defeat him. Don't worry, Director Fu. EE will definitely win." A tall, middle-aged man beside him chuckled and said unhurriedly, "Speed is an advantage, but it's also a weakness. If Fang Ping relies on speed, he'll definitely lose." Before the two of them finished speaking, Fang Ping moved like lightning in the field, attacking Ling Yi continuously, Chang Dao slashing the void. Ling Yi did not move from her spot. Although the axe was clumsy, Ling Yi could use it as if it was her own arm. Sparks flew everywhere. After attacking for more than 10 times, Ling Yi suddenly snorted and said, "Are you done playing?" Fang Ping appeared a few meters to the left. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "I'm just testing your strength. Not bad, but this isn't something you can boast about." "Ling Yi, you disappoint me a little." His voice was still echoing in the air when Fang Ping appeared above Ling Yi's head. This time there was silence. The Changdao flickered with a faint red glow, slashing downward at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Manic explosion. Among the crowd, someone recognized Fang Ping's signature combat technique. The previous slashes, presses, and covers were all single moves, not combat techniques. Manic explosion combat techniques were characterized by consecutive slashes and stacked explosions. At this moment, Fang Ping changed from his previous violent moves. His moves were silent and seemed weak, but the martial artists could feel the majestic vitality force contained in the Changdao. "I've been waiting for you." Ling Yi did not seem surprised at all. With a low roar, she planted her feet on the ground, let go of the axe handle with her right hand, and raised her fist to meet the Changdao above her head. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud explosions were heard. In the next moment, the crowd saw Ling Yi, who had returned a punch with her right fist, lift the Changdao with her left hand and slash upward with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! There was another loud crash, and Fang Ping was sent flying backward. He stumbled and fell to the ground. The sleeve of his left arm was torn, and there was a clear cut on his arm that was still bleeding. As for Ling Yi, her right fist was also dripping blood, but her aura was high. Her small stature seemed enormous at this moment. "Fang Ping, is this your trump card? 6 consecutive slashes? If that's all, then you've disappointed me." Ling Yi did not chase after him. She sneered. "Your slashes are soft and powerless. In 6 slashes, you pause twice. There are too many loopholes. You want to defeat me with consecutive slashes? Are you kidding me?" Fang Ping calmed his vitality. Fang Ping, who usually talked a lot before the battle, was silent now. In the next second, Fang Ping appeared in front of Ling Yi again. His eyes were fierce, and his mentality exploded suddenly. Ling Yi's voice stopped abruptly, as if she was shocked. At this moment, Fang Ping's Changdao was already slashing toward her face. Just as some of the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, Ling Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. The crowd opposite her seemed to see a glaring light and quickly averted their gazes. The martial artists, on the other hand, felt that at this moment, Ling Yi had turned into a god of death, her entire body overflowing with murderous intent. Murderous intent could not be seen or felt. However, martial artists could feel this kind of aura. The petite and cute Ling Yi had turned into a demon at this moment. Her murderous intent soared to the sky, and the impact instantly shook Fang Ping's mentality. His mind seemed to have gone blank. The Changdao that was initially slashing down stopped for a moment. Ling Yi, who had not moved before, did not swing her axe. Her injured right fist punched the air, and her arm seemed to stretch a lot longer. She punched Fang Ping's chest. Crack! A muffled, crisp sound rang out. Fang Ping flew backward, his bones broken. "Ah!" Chun Yunqi exclaimed and said hurriedly, "Fang Ping is injured." Old Grandmaster Qin frowned slightly and nodded. Both of them are geniuses. Fang Ping, who was rank 3, used his mentality to shock his opponent. Unfortunately, Fang Ping overestimated his mentality and was a little careless. Although Ling Yi had not mastered mentality, Ling Yi did not fight her way to the top of the martial arts university rankings by acting cute. She had gone in and out of capital city's catacombs dozens of times, killing countless enemies, even upper stage rank for opponents. After killing more than 100 people, their baleful aura had long since condensed. Previously, he had been restraining himself. Now that he had suddenly unleashed it, his mentality was not stable enough, nor was it strong enough. Instead, he was hit by Ling Yi's attack. Even his sternum, which had been honed, was cracked. Old man Li's expression changed slightly. He was about to move. It was not a trivial matter for one's mental power to suffer a backlash. Once the damage was severe, the person would be ruined. He did not expect CCMAU's Ling Yi to have already come up with a plan to deal with Fang Ping, inflicting heavy damage on Fang Ping in an instant. Just as Old Man Li was about to make a move, Fang Ping, who had been sent flying backward, returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Standing in the air, he roared and slashed Ling Yi, who had been chasing after him, away. "Shorty, you've angered me." Fang Ping's face was flushed, blood seeping out of his mouth. Ling Yi, who was forced to retreat, frowned. "Are you all right?" "I'll be fine even if you die." Fang Ping cursed. "Of course I'm fine. Do you think my mentality is so easily countered?" But he was cheating. The moment his mentality was injured, he replenished it with 100 hertz. However, he only said that he would not replenish his vitality. He did not say that he would not replenish his mentality. If one's mentality was injured, it was easy to become an idiot. Ling Yi was not in a hurry this time. She looked at him carefully for a moment and giggled. "Now, this is interesting. Don't use your half-baked mentality to intimidate me. There's no point. She was not famous before. It was only when she killed an upper-stage rank 4 martial artist that she made it onto the ranking list. It was not that she was weak. It was because she had been killing people all this time. Yes, killing people. In the catacombs, she had killed at least 100 lower rank, 3 martial artists, maybe even more. She had only killed lower rank 3 martial artists to hone her skills. Naturally, it was difficult for her to make it to the top of the ranking list. It was only until her outburst earlier, when she killed many rank for martial artists in a row, including an upper stage rank for martial artist, that she was officially known. Fang Ping's half-baked mentality could intimidate others, but to intimidate her, he would be digging his own grave. Fang Ping took a deep breath. His chest heaved a little. His cracked bones had recovered a little. It was not that painful anymore. "Don't worry. Even without mentality, I can still beat you up." Fang Ping let out a low humph. Then he rushed out with his saber in hand. His figure was like a shadow, circling around Ling Yi, slashing and slashing continuously. Clang, clang, sounds were endless. Ling Yi also retaliated continuously. For a moment they were in a stalemate. In midair, old Grandmaster Qin was a little surprised. Old Man Li was also a little surprised. He said, "Fang Ping's mentality is very resilient." "It is. It's a little interesting." Old Grandmaster Qin nodded. It was good enough that a rank 3 martial artist could sense mentality slightly. Not only could Fang Ping use some of his powers appropriately, but he could also recover instantly after being injured. This was much stronger than expected. Even some peak rank 6 powerhouses had very weak mentality. These people dared not use their mentality during a battle. If someone sensed it and crushed your mentality, you would definitely be severely injured instantly and suffer a backlash. Even if it was a Grandmaster powerhouse, if their mentality was torn and obliterated, they could only go down the road of death. Fang Ping could recover so quickly. This was enough to shock and amaze people. Fang Ping, who was below, did not care so much. After recovering his mentality, he did not use it anymore. This was not considered as cheating, right? With a burst of energy in his heart, Fong Ping continuously circled around Ling Yi, slashing and slashing. It looked like he was doing something useless, but Fong Ping was actually trying to slash 7 times in a row. Combat techniques, combat techniques. How could there be techniques without fighting? Usually, slashing rocks or slashing the air was more suitable for cultivation than slashing people. For people like Ling Yi, Fong Ping did not have to worry about accidentally slashing her to death. Instead, he had to be careful of this woman suddenly attacking him. After slashing dozens of times in a row, although he did not use much strength or vitality, Fong Ping was already panting slightly. Ling Yi was not just blindly defending. She would take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Just when Fong Ping's breathing was a little chaotic, Ling Yi's axe slashed down instantly. Fong Ping's footsteps missed, and he retreated hurriedly. The axe force penetrated the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground. Weak. Is this the rumored Fong Ping, who specializes in hitting women? Looks like he's only SO. Come and hit me. Ling Yi provoked him again. Fong Ping was furious at first. He wanted nothing more than to fight her to the death. Then he calmed his thoughts and smiled. What a childish way to provoke me. Besides, are you even a woman? As soon as Fong Ping finished speaking, Ling Yi's toes touched the ground, and her axe slashed down violently. Fong Ping used his saber to block. This time, Ling Yi did not retreat immediately. Instead, she moved at lightning speed and slashed dozens of times in a row. Huff! Fong Ping panted violently. Opposite him, Ling Yi was also sweating profusely. Sky-splitting axe! Ling Yi suddenly roared, and the speed of her axe increased by a large margin. Both of them had been fighting for so long. Although they were not seriously injured, their vitality, energy, and stamina had been severely depleted. Ling Yi obviously did not want to drag things out with Fong Ping any longer. She unleashed a strong burst of vitality and slashed down with her axe. Fong Ping seemed to feel the aura of death from this axe. It was very similar to the aura that Qin Fengqing had used to kill those rank 4 martial artists with one slash. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. His muscles and bones kept emitting rumbling sounds. His whole body was full of vitality and arms. In the next moment, Fong Ping neither dodged nor ran. He slashed out with his saber. 7 consecutive slashes. 7 consecutive slashes. In the crowd, Fu Changding and the others exclaimed. Fong Ping had improved so quickly. As soon as they exclaimed, Fong Ping suddenly retreated violently. He retreated a few steps and roared. There's no point in using a big move. I don't want to kill you. Bastard, I'll kill you. Ling Yi was furious. It was not that there was no point in using a big move. Fong Ping roared and slashed 7 consecutive slashes. He probably wanted to go all out, but after the first slash, Fong Ping realized that he could not use 7 consecutive slashes, so he quickly retreated. Ling Yi quickly caught up. Fong Ping roared again. The glaive and the axe touched slightly, and Fong Ping retreated again. CCMAU's instructor hurriedly flew down and roared, "Retreat!" Fong Ping was about to retreat to the crowd. At this moment, Fong Ping could not use 7 consecutive slashes. He was no match for Ling Yi. He had to retreat after 1 hit. The crowd hurriedly retreated. Fong Ping kept roaring and retreating, but he still felt that he was a little short. Ling Yi did not give up. She did not drop her axe either. She chased after Fong Ping relentlessly. If you have the guts, run out of Happy Valley, and I won't chase after you. Aggrieved. Shameful. Fong Ping roared in his heart. There were so many people, but they were forced to retreat by a woman. It was too shameful. Why could he not use 7 consecutive slashes? Did he not use 6 consecutive slashes when he roared the other day? At this moment, a voice came to Fong Ping's ears. Idiot. Essence, spirit, and soul as one. Mentality can't be used against the enemy, but that doesn't mean you've completely given up. I'm so angry. The familiar voice jolted Fong Ping's spirits. I was too deliberate. He had replenished his mentality. He did not want to use it against the enemy all the time, but mentality was a part of the human body. How could he treat it as a foreign object? He could not use 7 consecutive slashes. He did not even have the slightest tendency to do so. His mind cleared up. Fong Ping's aura changed. He roared again, 7 consecutive slashes. Roar my ass. Ling Yi cursed. She took the opportunity to catch up with Fong Ping in an instant, and her axe slashed down. Fong Ping's face was flushed. He growled, no longer retreating. His Chongdao slashed rapidly, and 6 consecutive sounds rang out. The ground beneath their feet had completely cracked open, and a pit more than half a meter deep appeared, trapping the two of them. When it was the 7th slash, Fong Ping frowned. Without any hesitation, he recovered some vitality and slashed down instantly. Boom! With a loud explosion, Ling Yi flew backward, blood splattering from her mouth. Fong Ping exhaled. He did not think that what he did was inappropriate. With just a little more vitality, he could have used 7 consecutive slashes. At this juncture, who cared about such things? Being too deliberate was not a good thing. Mastering 7 consecutive slashes was more important than psychological obstacles. Moreover, Fong Ping did not think that was an obstacle. Now that everyone had recovered their vitality, they could do it again. The 7 consecutive slashes had already been unleashed, which meant that he had mastered it. Ling Yi still had to take it. Ling Yi flew backward and landed on the ground. She shook her head and raised her head to look at Fong Ping. She said through gritted teeth, "You really learned it?" The original version of Manic Explosion was average among middle-ranked combat techniques. However, after Zhang Dingnan entered Grandmaster level, he made some improvements. An improved version was extremely outstanding among middle-ranked combat techniques. Fong Ping's 7 consecutive slashes were much stronger than the average ultimate move. When the two of them fought, their vitality was equal. Fong Ping's 7 consecutive slashes replenished some vitality, so the power of Ling Yi's outburst was not as good as his. Fong Ping said lightly, "Fine, I won't bully you. Look at you, you can still fight. I won't use my vitality. Let's fight hand to hand. Bastard, you dare to take advantage of me? I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, Ling Yi suddenly flew into a rage. She leaped up and dashed toward Fong Ping, raising her fist and smashing it. A peak rank 3 martial artist, even if his vitality was depleted, was not weak with just his physique. Fong Ping saw that she had gone mad and was stunned for a moment. Then he could not care less about what was wrong with this woman. He threw away his Chongdao and swung his fist. Booming sounds came continuously. Without using vitality to fight, the two of them fought even more fiercely than before. It was true that their combat techniques were more powerful with their vitality outbursts earlier, but to outsiders it was not intense enough. Right now, they were fighting purely with their physiques. Both of them created a deep pit on the ground with every step they took. Their fists hit some of the surrounding buildings, and even the steel was about to break. On the contrary, the ordinary people who were watching were crying out in surprise, "Yi is going to lose!" Among the CCMAU instructors, Fu Changding's grandfather shook his head and sighed helplessly. The tall, middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the sky, snorting softly. "Li Changsheng is playing tricks." Fu Changding's grandfather did not say anything. This was not a life-and-death battle. Li Changsheng had only given Fong Ping a few pointers on the spot. It was not too much for Li Changsheng to give him a few pointers when he was about to achieve a breakthrough in his combat techniques. However, because of that, Fong Ping executed 7 consecutive slashes. When his vitality was depleted, the two of them engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Fong Ping's physique was stronger, so Ling Yi could not help but be at a disadvantage. His bone marrow has been honed. Old Fu confirmed one thing and sighed. Mentality intimidation, bone marrow honing. When he reaches peak rank 6, he might surpass rank 7. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Someone said, uncertainly, his skull hasn't been honed yet. Even if rank 7 is faster, it's not possible to surpass it directly, right? The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 was the golden body. Golden body, on the other hand, was the complete honing of the bones, bone marrow, and skull bones and bone marrow. Once Fang Ping's internal organs were completed, as long as the skull bones and bone marrow were also completed honing, and his mentality reached the standard, he might achieve a golden body directly. Old Fu shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes. It's also a good thing. Rank 7 cultivation is not difficult for him. Fang Ping could not simply be considered a quasi-grandmaster anymore. Perhaps he could even be called a quasi-golden body. In the air, old Grandmaster Chen's mentality was also greatly shaken. He murmured, other than the skull, all the bones in his body are completed. Old man Li looked at the sky. If I remember correctly, when I was about to strangle this brat to death last time, his torso bones had not been honed to the bone marrow. This brat, perhaps I really need to slice him up for research. Just as everyone was shocked, in the middle of the arena, Fang Ping landed a punch on Ling Yi's chest. He said fiercely again. Ling Yi took a few steps back. Her face was deathly pale. Gritting her teeth, she said furiously, "If you don't kill me, I won't let you off today." Having said that, she pounced on Fang Ping ferociously again. Chapter 272. Bang! He sent Ling Yi flying with a kick. Seeing that the woman's mouth was bleeding and that she was still struggling, Fang Ping shouted, "Enough!" Ling Yi's face was full of indignation and indignation. However, her physical strength was not as strong as Fang Ping's. If they fought head-on, she would not be Fang Ping's match at all. Fang Ping's 7 consecutive slashes had injured her quite badly. Her internal organs were shaken, and she was already at the end of her tether. But he just couldn't accept it. This bastard was such a bully. From the moment they met, the other party had scolded her for having a small chest and stature, and even wanted to engage in a physical fight with her. And now, he had even punched her chest more than 10 times. Ling Yi felt like she was about to explode. That's enough." At this moment, Li Hansong walked out. Glancing at Fang Ping, Li Hansong stopped Fang Ping, who was about to fight to the death. He smiled faintly and said, "Junior Fang is very good, but if you want to fight to the level of an invincible rank 3, you're still a little lacking. Your experience in life and death battles is still a little lacking." He had the intention to clear CCMAU's name. In a battle of life and death, Fang Ping might not be Ling Yi's match. He was also speaking the truth. Compared to the people in the military department and Ling Yi, Fang Ping indeed lacked some life and death experience. Fang Ping chuckled. "If it's a life and death battle, I think I can kill 10 of her." As he spoke, Fang Ping's vitality recovered instantly. His aura was extremely fierce. He said lightly, "I just don't want to take advantage of them. It's not that I can't kill them." Li Hansong was instantly speechless. Ling Yi's indignant gaze gradually dimmed. In a battle of life and death, if Fang Ping's vitality recovered so quickly, how could she fight? No matter how strong she was, if her ultimate move could not kill Fang Ping, then she could only wait to be killed by Fang Ping. The only way to deal with Fang Ping was to kill him forcefully so that his vitality, recovery ability, could not be displayed. Fang Ping did not continue showing off. He smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me win, Senior Ling." "Humph." Ling Yi snorted and muttered, "Just you wait. I won't bother you before I reach rank 7. Just you wait when I enter the Grandmaster realm." Before rank 7, Fang Ping's vitality recovery was a nightmare for the same rank. However, after reaching the Guru realm, Qi and blood were not as important as they were now. Fang Ping did not take it to heart. He kept smiling and said, "Of those that I've surpassed, no one can catch up to me. If Senior Ling thinks there's hope, then I'll wait for you at the Grandmaster level." Sooner or later, Ling Yi rubbed her chest and vomited another mouthful of blood. Su had just looked over when he suddenly thought of something and quickly turned his head. If he continued to look, he would be blamed. At this moment, Ling Yi was staring at Su with a dangerous look in her eyes. When she saw him turn his head, she huffed again and looked at Fang Ping, saying, "Your combat techniques have been cultivated to the ultimate stage. Manic Explosion's 7 consecutive slashes are not weak either, but your weakness is also very big. If it weren't for your vitality advantage, you might not have been able to defeat me. It's not a problem for you to kill a rank 4 martial artist now, but if you encounter a rank 4 powerhouse, your combo might be broken. Once it's broken, it'll be your death. You don't even need to use rank 4. Rank 3 Qin Qiufeng and Guoxian are both powerhouses in the military. They've been through hundreds of battles. Once they seize the opportunity, the chances of you losing are extremely high." Fang Ping nodded slightly. "I know. Manic Explosion is a simplified version of an ultimate move, after all. It has flaws, such as time and explosive speed. However, as long as I achieve the 7 slashes as one, then all problems will no longer be a problem." 7 slashes as one? Ling Yi frowned. "Are you sure you can do it?" Fang Ping smiled. "At the end of June, I mastered the 5 consecutive slashes. In the battle with Jessa, I mastered the 6 consecutive slashes. In the battle with you, I mastered the 7 consecutive slashes. Now, I'm at peak rank 3 and have achieved collective energy. Actually, I already have the idea of achieving the 7 consecutive slashes as one. If I wait a little longer, I think I can do it. If I can really do it, my speed will be faster than yours, my vitality will be higher than yours, and my physique will be stronger than yours. Senior Ling, if I meet you again, do you think we will still fight to this stage? We'll talk about it after you've achieved it." Ling Yi, through these words, hefted her great axe and walked out, scaring the surrounding onlookers into retreating. Before this female student was petite and cute. Now, after the battle, and looking at the scene that was destroyed as if it had been bombed by a bomb, who would still dare to see this woman as a woman? The people from CCMAU left. Fang Ping picked up his Changdao and was about to leave. At this moment, Fu Changding and the others surrounded him. Tang Songting's tone was complicated. "I can't believe you even defeated Ling Yi." Fang Ping's tone was relaxed. "Is there anyone in the same rank who is a match for me? I just don't want to bully her. Otherwise, I would have used a big move and blown her up." Beside him, Fu Changding mumbled, "You almost blew her up too. Even her breasts are bigger now. Cough, cough." Fang Ping coughed softly. "How could you say that? Did I do it on purpose?" While they were chatting, Chen Yunqi and an old man appeared in front of them. Fang Ping did not notice them at all. When he saw them, Fang Ping quickly bowed to show his respect. Fu Changding and the old man did the same. Some of the CCMAU instructors nearby also bowed to show their respect. South Capital Martial Arts University's Vice-Chancellor, Grandmaster Qin Yaoting, was no ordinary person. He was a peak rank 7 Grandmaster, 1 step away from rank 8. Qin Yaoting smiled slightly, saying nothing. Chen Yunqi, on the other hand, walked over with a smile and said, "Fang Ping, congratulations." "Thank you, but there's nothing worth congratulating." Fang Ping stole a glance at Chen Yaoting and shook his head. Just as Ling Yi said, "I'm still lacking something. I'm not perfected rank 3 yet. When I achieve 7 collective slashes, only then can I be considered truly invincible among rank 3. Then, you still want to continue challenging?" Fang Ping pondered as he walked. "I'm not planning to challenge Guoxian anymore. I want to challenge Qin Qiufeng once. Honestly, I've never fought against martial artists from the military department before. Maybe they'll be helpful to me. Combat techniques and combat experience need to be honed in battle. In other places, other than killing the weak, I'm hiding from powerhouses. There are very few opportunities for me to analyze and digest. An opponent who's on par with me will be very helpful to me. At this moment, Old Man Li appeared out of nowhere and lifted Fang Ping up with one hand. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Then his face flushed red and he said in extreme embarrassment, "Instructor, this is a scenic area." "They haven't left yet. They haven't left yet. There might be tens of thousands of people. So many people are filming. Old Man Li is too much. Too much." Fang Ping hated himself for not being a rank 6 martial artist. Otherwise, he would definitely beat Old Man Li until his eyes turned into panda eyes. Old Man Li ignored him and muttered, "I've really honed my torso bones. I've grown heavier again. Instructor, put me down." Fang Ping was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lu Dali, who was beside him, hurriedly squeezed his way over and quickly aimed his camera at Fang Ping's face. This material was too good. Fang Ping glared at Lu Dali dangerously and said suddenly, "Lu Dali, next time, don't randomly spread rumors online about who has an ambiguous relationship with who," before Lu Dali could react. Qin Yaoting, who had been smiling without saying a word, suddenly waved his hand. Lu Dali appeared beside Qin Yaoting while he was still in a daze. Qin Yaoting smiled warmly and patted his shoulder lightly. He said gently, "Young friend, as a media reporter, don't simply report unverified news. It's unfair. Remember this next time." The old man did not fly into a rage, nor did he say anything. He only patted him lightly a few times. Lu Dali, on the other hand, was like a wooden stake that was nailed directly into the ground. By the time Qin Yaoting finished speaking, half of Lu Dali's body was buried underground. He could not pull himself out no matter what. At this moment, Lu Dali was still in a state of confusion. What was going on? What was going on? I was just taking a video and organizing the material. What was going on now? The people around him were so tall. They were all so much taller than him. Even the curious little kid beside him seemed to be taller than him. Lu Dali was in a daze. He completely lost his ability to think. At this moment, Fang Ping had also freed himself from Old Man Li's grasp. He glanced at Lu Dali. This guy was asking for it. Fang Ping had originally planned to save his life, but he insisted on squeezing forward and even wanted to take a close-up of his face. If he did not die, who would? Fang Ping saw that he had begun to struggle, but could not pull his leg out. He said softly, "Yunqi, Vice-Chancellor Chen, isn't planning to fix him here for the rest of his life, is he?" Qin Yaoting, who was at the side, smiled without saying a word. Old Man Li, on the other hand, did not care. He said, "It'll be pulled out by nightfall. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me to the Research Institute later." Fang Ping swallowed and shook his head hurriedly. "I'm going to the military department to challenge Chen Qiufeng." "That kid went on a mission. He's not here." "Then I'll challenge Guo Xian." "He went on a mission too." Then I, you have to digest what you've gained now. It's difficult to combine 7 slashes, but you're not familiar with using 7 consecutive slashes. You have to master it before you challenge him. Try to combine 7 slashes. That's the real purpose of your challenge. Don't just fight for the sake of challenges. Then I want to go home. Fang Ping refused to go to the Research Institute no matter what. Old Man Li harbored ill intentions. He measured his weight the moment he arrived, and now he wanted to bring him to the Research Institute. Fang Ping seriously suspected that he wanted to use him as a lab rat for research. Old Man Li looked at him with a smile. Qin Yaoting, who was beside him, said with a rare smile, "Understanding your own condition properly is still helpful to yourself. Student Fang Ping, don't hide your illness for fear of treatment." Fang Ping pulled a long face. "I'm not sick. How can I not know my own condition?" Old Manly, on the other hand, curled his lips and said, "Go and investigate. At least give people an explanation. Many people don't look for you now because they don't have the face to do so. But when old things like us are all dead, who cares what you think? Now that we've investigated clearly, we'll shut their mouths to prevent trouble in the future." Fong Ping sighed and said softly, "Are you going to cut me up?" "What are you thinking?" Old Manly said exasperatedly, "At most, we'll cut some bones and extract some bone marrow. It'll be fine as long as we have a sample. Do you think we'll really extract your brain?" The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. "The more you say that, the more scared I am. I've defeated Ling Yi. I'm happy. Don't you know how to share your joy with me?" Old Man Li seemed to know what he was thinking. He humphed and said, "Keep a low profile. This is someone else's territory. A bunch of old farts are nearby. If old Chin wasn't here, there might be some shameless old fart who wants to settle scores with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The ground cracked. In the next moment, half of his body was buried in the ground. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. Chun Yaoting could not help but laugh. He said, helplessly, "Trouble comes from the mouth. You asked for it. You know that people are nearby, yet you still gossip. Isn't that asking for trouble?" Old Man Li's face turned red. He humphed and jumped up from the ground after a while. He humphed and mumbled. When a tiger falls to the plains, he gets bullied by dogs. Back then, as he spoke, he was pressed into the ground again. Chun Yaoting's head hurt. Was MCMAU like this now? Calling yourself a tiger and the other party a dog in front of a few grandmasters? Li Chongqing should be thankful that I did not beat you to death. Looking at his granddaughter again, Chun Yaoting was suddenly worried. Was it really the right choice for him to let his granddaughter go to MCMAU? Fong Ping, who was beside him, did not dare to breathe. He would be pressed to the ground. Fu Changding and the others also looked around, pretending not to see Old Man Li's predicament. He was almost pressed into the ground. After a while, Old Man Li jumped up from the ground again. This time he did not speak. Some of the tourists around them had not left yet. Their faces were full of confusion. What are these martial artists doing? A reporter in front had buried himself in the ground. He would not come out even if he was beaten to death. Now there was another one. As he walked, he suddenly stomped a big hole in the ground. He stomped it twice in a row. What was he doing? After leaving Happy Valley, Old Man Li suddenly mocked himself. Grand Master! Although the Grand Masters of CCMAU did not do anything to him, he did say something infuriating. However, if he was still the longevity sword from back then, so what if he said it? The Grand Master who suppressed him was beaten like a grandson by him back then. Now he was arrogant. Fong Ping, when you enter rank 7 in the future, avenge me. Beat him up until his head looks like a pig's head. Strip him naked and throw him at CCMAU's main gate. Old Man Li humphed. I don't stand a chance. There are still others in MCMAU. Fong Ping was silent. Chun Yaoting chuckled. You're already old. Why bother about this? Don't look for trouble. After so many years, your temper still hasn't changed. Old Man Li said lazily, Why are you afraid of them? MCMAU climbed up by stepping on CCMAU. If we don't step on them, how can we stand out? Old Chin, I don't want to criticize you, but SCMAU isn't weak either. Every year, CCMAU snatches some good seedlings away. If it were me, I would have gone to CCMAU to kick their doors down. SCMAU can't even keep the local geniuses. No wonder they're getting weaker. Chen Yaoting laughed again. He did not say much. He picked up Chen Yunqi and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the void, Chen Yunqi was still hurriedly saying goodbye. Instructor, Fong Ping, I'll go back first. Fu Changding, who was underground, curled his lips. Have I and the Chow Chow become invisible? After they left, Fong Ping observed carefully for a while. Then he whispered, Instructor, don't worry. When I become a grandmaster, I'll beat all the grandmasters in CCMAU to the ground. I'll make them go to school with pigs' heads. Slap. Old Man Lee slapped him until he was dizzy. Cowardly bastard. You're still observing for a while. Don't you feel ashamed? Fong Ping complained. Grandmaster, I'm only rank 3. Old Man Lee laughed. Without another word, he strode away. As he walked, he said, Go back to MCMAU as soon as possible. Remember to check when you're back. I won't go to the military department's challenge. Nothing will happen in the military department. If something happens, the military department will just shut down. I'm leaving. Old Man Lee was extremely fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Old Man Lee left, Fong Ping muttered, Hurt my pride. Old Man Lee had just been pressed to the ground. He did not seem to care much, but Fong Ping felt that Old Man Lee was quite disappointed. Fu Chongding, on the other hand, was slightly puzzled. Old Man Lee is a rank 6 martial artist, right? Peak rank 6. Fu Chongding was even more puzzled. He whispered, A peak rank 6 facing a grandmaster. He shouldn't be so weak. He can't even withstand the suppression of mentality. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. That was right. A peak rank 6 powerhouse facing a grandmaster should not be completely helpless, right? If that was the case, when a grandmaster met a powerhouse below grandmaster, would they not be crushed to death? He remembered that when he slyly used mentality to suppress the rank 5 had almost broken free, although he did not succeed. Old Man Lee, a peak rank 6, was suppressed just like that? Although he was puzzled, Fong Ping said, Maybe they're just fooling around. A bunch of old kids. Fu Chongding did not say much. Matters involving grandmasters were not something they could meddle in. Fong Ping did not say anything either. The joy he felt earlier had dissipated quite a bit. Not becoming a grandmaster was nothing to be happy about. Chapter 273. On the 25th of July, MCMAU Fong Ping defeated CCMAU Ling Yi. The rank 3 ranking was updated again. Fong Ping was ranked 3rd. This video caused a huge sensation when it was released. It was not just a matter of Fong Ping defeating Ling Yi. There were many videos online. There were CCMAU instructors watching the battle from the top of the Ferris wheel. In midair, the silhouettes of powerhouses in the flight step appeared. It was the first time for many ordinary people to see a true powerhouse. They flew in the flight step like immortals. The dream of flying was a state that humans had been pursuing since ancient times. The last time Fong Ping and Monk Jessa only flew in the air, it also caused a huge sensation. Now, martial arts powerhouses showed their charm again, flying in the air to watch the battle, subverting many people's imaginations. It turned out that martial arts could already reach this level. Fong Ping defeated Ling Yi. The public was still curious about his next journey. Unfortunately, Fong Ping disappeared. Lu Dali, who did the exclusive report, also explained that even if the military department martial artists fought with Fong Ping, it involved some secrets and could not be reported. Therefore, the following videos could not be seen. This time, many people were greatly disappointed. In less than half a month, there were also some martial artists who rose to fame. MCMAU's Fong Ping, CCMAU's Ling Yi, Wan Shan Temple's Monk Jessa, Hope Group's Yu Chin. As for whether Fong Ping could reach the top of the rank 3 ranking, they could only wait for the ranking to be updated. At the same time, Fong Ping almost crushed his phone. His eyes were sharp. He laughed angrily. Good, very good. Hang up. Is this considered absconding with the money? Lu Dali ran. After uploading the last video, he sold the copyright and ran. Fong Ping did not realize this at first. After selling the copyright, Lu Dali did not say that it was sold out. He said that he would receive a dividend and transferred 1 million to Fong Ping. Fong Ping was quite happy. This guy finally knew how to split the money. In the end, after 1 million was transferred, there was no follow-up. When Fong Ping wanted to find him, he did not know where he was. Fang Ping was seriously short of money. He contacted someone on Kudu to see if they could transfer the dividend directly to his account. He was then told that Lu Dali offered 6 million and sold it out. In other words, Lu Dali took 5 million himself. That was not all. Fang Ping also asked about the dividends of the previous videos. The other party knew that it was Fang Ping himself and told him honestly. Almost 15 million. After all, there were quite a few videos earlier. In total, out of 21 million, Fang Ping received 7. 5 million, while Lu Dali swallowed 13. 5 million. Don't ever run into this guy. If I do, just wait for death. Fang Ping cursed. Lu Dali had too much guts. He was so fat that he didn't even think about it. Fang Ping could not say anything even though Lu Dali had pocketed 10 million of his own money. The 280 split was a verbal agreement. Fang Ping had even written a letter of authorization to Lu Dali. It's fine. After swallowing more than 10 million, this guy is probably going to break through to upper stage rank 3. Fang Ping could roughly guess why Lu Dali wanted to run away. He had been a middle stage rank 3 for a long time. Now that he had more than 10 million, cultivating to upper stage rank 3 would not be a problem. However, at upper stage rank 3, even casual martial artists had a high probability of being recruited. Once we enter the catacombs, forget 10 million. This bastard will have to cough up 50 million. Fang Ping snorted. There were only so many catacombs in Sino Nation. If Lu Dali was recruited, he would run into him sooner or later. Fang Ping did not have to look for him. He could just wait for him to come to him. Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. If this guy breaks through to upper stage rank 3 before then, the probability of running into him in Nanjiang is high. Wait and see. Capital City Pill Company. Lu Dali eagerly received a few bone-honing pills and vitality pills. His face lit up with joy. I'm going to become upper stage rank 3. When I become upper stage rank 3, I'll only be a little bit weaker than that guy. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Dali pursed his lips. We didn't sign a contract. Giving you a few million is already good enough. When I become upper stage rank 3, I won't have to be afraid of him. Although Fang Ping looked quite fierce, Lu Dali had heard that upper stage rank 3 was different from middle stage rank 3. The difference between upper stage and middle stage rank 3 was not too big. Thinking about it was one thing. When he remembered that Fang Ping had defeated peak rank 3 powerhouses a few times in the past, Lu Dali felt slightly guilty. Who asked you to frame me? You caused me to be nailed to the ground for half a day. That day, when he was patted a few times by that old man, he dug in the ground for half a day. Originally, it was just soil. It was too easy for a middle stage rank 3 martial artist like him to climb out. However, for some reason, he could not use his strength. He just could not climb out. He only crawled out when the sky turned dark. As for Fang Ping, who framed him, Lu Dali felt that it was reasonable for him to take more labor fees. Sino Nation is so big. If worst comes to worst, I won't go to Magic City anymore. Lu Dali kept the pills and left happily. He felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have given the 1 million to Fang Ping. It was a waste. In the hotel, Fang Ping temporarily put aside the idea of looking for Lu Dali. The urgent matter now was not this kid. He should cultivate for a period of time in preparation for rank 4. Maybe I should look for Governor General Zhang and ask for advice. I want to perform 7 collective slashes, but I can't do it now. However, Governor General Zhang was the one who created this combat technique. This is not an ancient combat technique. The creator is still alive. Only he truly understands manic explosion. After 7 collective slashes, I'll look for Chen Qiufeng to challenge him. No matter what, I still have to sit at the top of the ranking list, even if I break through to rank for a day later. 7 collective slashes. Fang Ping was sure that Chen Qiufeng was no match for him. However, no matter what, if he defeated the other party, he would have fulfilled one of his wishes. On this trip north, he had gained a lot. 5 consecutive slashes became 7 consecutive slashes. Other than the skull, all the bones in his body were fully formed. He even had 35 million cash on him now. The company has expanded quite a bit too. It's expanding around Magic City, and no one is looking for trouble. According to usual practice, he needed to be at least a rank 4 to expand outside of Magic City. However, Fong Ping was only a peak rank 3 now. No one said anything in the end. He was a peak rank 3. Obviously, he was not comparable to the average peak rank 3. There were also a few rank 4 martial artists. These genius martial artists achieving rank 4 was only a matter of time. Moreover, Fong Ping's combat strength surpassed them by quite a bit. If they were to look for trouble in this aspect, they would just be waiting for revenge. Back to Nanjiang, Fong Ping made a decision. He would look for Zhang Dingnan and ask for advice. Then he would go home and stay for a few days before preparing to challenge Qin Xiufeng. Then he would try his best to break through to rank 4 and challenge Zhang Yu before school started. When he entered rank 4 and challenged Zhang Yu, Fong Ping felt that even if he did not use any extra tricks, he could still win. After packing up his things, Fong Ping looked at the data and sighed slightly. His improvement was not slow. His wealth was also being depleted quickly. Recently, he was often facing the crisis of bankruptcy. Wealth: 55 million vitality, 1,200 calories, 1,365 calories plus mentality, 540 hertz, 575 hertz plus bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. I haven't honed my skull yet. I don't know how much it will consume. Ever since the system upgraded, I haven't forcefully increased my vitality and mentality. Fong Ping thought of this. After thinking for a while, he suddenly tried to increase his vitality limit. In the past, increasing the vitality limit by 1 calorie was the same as restoring vitality. It required 1,000 wealth. At that time, there was no plus sign. Now that there was this, was there any difference? Fong Ping was thinking about this when suddenly the data changed. Wealth: 54 million vitality, 1,200 calories, 1,366 calories plus mentality, 540 hertz, 575 hertz plus bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. Fong Ping's face was full of surprise as he carefully experienced it. He did not care about the 10,000 wealth consumption. Although it was 10 times more, he felt the difference. His physique was changing. Although this change was extremely subtle, peak rank 3 Fong Ping could now sense his body exceptionally clearly. Previously, when he increased his limit, his body would not be able to withstand it. There would be signs of his blood vessels bursting or even his body exploding. However, this time, his vitality limit increased by 1 calorie. His physique was also adapting and becoming stronger. Doesn't this mean? Fong Ping's face was full of shock. He thought that the plus sign was useless and that it was just materialization. Only now did he realize that he had overlooked it. He actually did not think of testing it at the first opportunity. Doesn't this mean that my vitality limit is increasing and my physique is also improving? It's equivalent to skipping the previous body honing stage. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bought so many bodybuilding pills and body honing pills in the past, Fong Ping mumbled. But the system hadn't upgraded at that time. I didn't expect it to be able to do this. If I knew this would happen, I would have increased my vitality. That way, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I even had to make an exception to fight Ling Yi and replenish my vitality. Is there an upper limit this time? Fong Ping was not too sure. If that was the case, he could increase his vitality limitlessly. Would that not mean that his physique would become infinitely stronger and his vitality would increase infinitely? Even if he did not hone his internal organs, he would still be able to fight a rank 3 against a rank 6? There should be an upper limit. Fang Ping deduced. If he was not mistaken, there was definitely an upper limit. He just did not know where it was. Could mentality be like this too? Fang Ping dared not increase his mentality now. The more he understood, the more cautious he became. The last time he increased it by 1 calorie, he broke through the 500 hertz barrier. Although he did not remember much afterward, he knew that he seemed to have lost his memory for a moment. It was too dangerous. But now, if he increased it now, would it automatically adapt to such a mentality? Although the consumption had increased by 10 times, this was a permanent increase. What was 10 times the consumption? The increase in vitality was not only increasing his vitality limit, but also his physique. It was completely reasonable. Let's try again. Fang Ping wasted no time and continued to increase his vitality limit. Soon, the data continued to change. Wealth, 1. 2 million vitality, 1,200 calories, 1,400 calories plus mentality, 540 hertz, 575 hertz plus. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus. Fang Ping's skin continued to shrink. Although it was not obvious when Fang Ping flicked it, it seemed to have become more resilient. This is getting interesting. If this goes on, I'll achieve a golden body sooner or later. Fang Ping was delighted. Where's the limit? Too bad I don't have enough wealth. I can't use it recklessly. When I have enough wealth, I'll try again. In terms of mentality, Fang Ping looked at it and did not dare to try it. This was different from physique. His vitality had increased. Even if there was a situation where he could not take it, he would just burst some blood vessels. Now, Fang Ping's body would not explode so easily. However, mentality was related to the brain. Exploding the brain would not be fun. A normal peak rank 3's vitality is around 1,000 calories. Now that I'm at 1,400 calories, I should have a much bigger advantage than them. However, people like Ling Yi, whose physique and vitality are also stronger than the average person, should also have more than 1,000 calories. I wonder if I can reach the 2,000 calories limit of rank 4. If I can, there will be no difference between rank 3 and rank 4 other than the difference in internal organs. The increase in the upper limit of vitality not only represented the amount of vitality, but also the strength of the physique and the power unleashed by the same vitality. The power unleashed by a rank 6 powerhouse with 1 calorie vitality was much stronger than that of a rank 3. Just like the difference between upper stage and middle stage rank 3, Fang Ping's 50 calories vitality move could destroy a middle stage rank 3 martial artist's 100 calories outburst move. Invincible rank 3. So it's already destined. At this moment, Fang Ping's confidence and momentum increased. It was not just invincible rank 3. Fang Ping felt that he could really be invincible until the end of martial arts. That day, Fang Ping left Capital City. When he left Capital City, an instructor from CCMAU followed him secretly. It was not to harm him, but to send Fang Ping out of the country, to prevent the kid from dying in Capital City and the people from MCMAU from causing trouble for CCMAU. In the end, when the instructor in the dark saw Fang Ping, he was shocked. This kid, what was up with him? Previously, when he defeated Ling Yi, he did not show that kind of momentum. Everyone thought that Fang Ping was still not too confident and was not sure that he could defeat the two from the military department. However, when they met again, Fang Ping's momentum was high. He truly felt an invincible momentum. The instructor behind him looked surprised. What was going on? Did he think that he was invincible after a nap? Or could it be that this kid had mastered 7 collective slashes and really felt that he did not need to worry about any rank 3? Even Chen Qiufeng was not as confident as he was, right? The instructor muttered to himself, completely confused about the situation. Invincible rank 3 was achieved through fighting. It was only when they fought to a point where no one dared to question them. Why was Fang Ping like this? His path to invincibility had not been completed yet. It was not just CCMAU's instructors who were surprised. When Wang Jinyang saw Fang Ping striding forward with his head held high in front of him, his face full of confidence, he was slightly surprised and said, "You secretly fought with the people from the military department." "No." "Then you've mastered 7 collective slashes." "No." "Then what's up with you?" Fang Ping did not think much of it. He smiled and said, "I'm invincible. The strong heart makes me strong. There's nothing strange about that, is there?" "Strong heart," Wang Jinyang mumbled and said in his sleep. I'm invincible rank 4. I'm invincible rank 4? Yes, I'm invincible rank 4. The next moment, Wang Jinyang's aura skyrocketed. His eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself, "This works too? Is it self-deception or self-hypnosis?" Fang Ping's mouth was already wide open. "You're invincible rank for my ass. You're only upper stage rank 4. What's up with you?" Wang Jinyang could not be bothered with him anymore. He was still talking to himself. "No, it's just the change in aura. It's not a factor of strength. It's just that my essence, spirit, and spirit are more abundant. I'm not really invincible. That's not right either. There should be benefits. That's not right either. Why can self-hypnosis reach this stage? The aura is a little superficial, not real enough. But this way, I won't be afraid when facing peak rank for prodigies. At least, I have the confidence to defeat them." Fang Ping listened to him, talking to himself, and suddenly felt a little tired. "I really think I'm invincible. That's why I have this aura. What the F***CK is going on with you? You can even pretend to deceive me?" "I'm going to the House of Governors," Fang Ping sighed, appearing a little desolate. He had lied to himself, to be able to deceive himself into believing him. Old Wang was godly. It's all fake. It's a bubble that will burst as soon as it's poked. I hope old Wang can recognize reality and recognize himself. Otherwise, if he's beaten to death, he won't even know how he died. Chapter 274. Nanjiang's House of Governors. Although Zhang Dingnan was extremely busy, knowing that Fang Ping was visiting, he still took some time out to meet Fang Ping. Governor's office. Zhang Dingnan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Interesting. Essence, spirit, and soul have become one." To Zhang Dingnan, the momentum of rank 3 was nothing. The so-called invincible momentum was what grandmasters like to call the state of essence, spirit, and soul. Rank 3 martial artists like Fang Ping could not control their own essence, spirit, and soul. Even rank 6 powerhouses found it difficult. That was why they had to fight, rely on everyone's approval, rely on their own beliefs, and finally achieve the state. Fight to the point where everyone in the same rank thinks you are number 1. Fight to the point where everyone acknowledges you. Then you are invincible in the same rank. Fang Ping did it after defeating Ling Yi. Fang Ping, the path to Grandmaster is open to you. Zhang Dingnan laughed, a little mischievously. Fang Ping did not look at him directly, nor did he see his mischievous smile. Instead, he asked doubtfully, "Invincible in rank 3, the path to Grandmaster is open?" Invincible in rank 3 doesn't mean anything. What's the purpose of invincibility? For the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. Do you understand? The pursuit of the invincible state is the pursuit of self-perfection. Your instructor is also pursuing this state. She wants to defeat all rank 6, truly be invincible, and overcome the obstacles in her heart. She has a psychological obstacle, a very big one. That's why she relies on herself to achieve unity. It's difficult, extremely difficult. Only when everyone acknowledges her, including herself, can she take the shortcut, reach this peak, and become a grandmaster. Of course, there are thousands of paths. This is not the only path. Not all grandmasters have to walk the path of invincibility. Your instructor wants to be invincible in rank 6, but I'm afraid it's impossible. It depends on whether she can overcome the obstacles, get rid of distracting thoughts, and achieve unity with herself and enter the Grandmaster state. As for you, it's not certain that you can do it as a Grandmaster. However, if you maintain this momentum all the way to peak rank 6, you can naturally enter the Grandmaster state. This is also why rank 3 martial artists walk the path of challenge, and why everywhere cooperates. You know very well that no matter who you challenge, almost no one will set obstacles for you, because it wasn't just you who wanted to be invincible. Other people also wanted to be invincible. Once you completed the path of invincibility, it would be much easier for you to become a Grandmaster. The others are the same. The top 10 martial artists on the rank 3 ranking list all want to take this shortcut, but only 1 or 2 of them can actually take it. Fang Ping said hurriedly, "I'm already invincible. How can they leave?" Zhang Dingnan laughed and said, "You say you're invincible? Then have you fought those 2 from the army?" "I don't think so. They haven't fought with you. They haven't been defeated by you. They already consider themselves invincible. So why can't they leave? Moreover, even if I lose, as long as I have enough faith, I can maintain this state." "Oh, self-hypnosis, I understand." Fang Ping understood. "I understand this. I just saw a guy, only upper stage rank 4, and he's already hypnotizing himself that he's invincible among rank 4. Zhang Dingnan laughed and didn't say much. "Are you kidding me? Self-hypnosis works. Without absolute strength, without the belief of invincibility, you have no proof. Do you really think you are invincible just because you say you are invincible?" The little fellow was still too inexperienced. Naturally, Fang Ping did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he might have risked his life to mock him a little. How ignorant! Without dwelling on this, Fang Ping asked, "Governor, does my teacher have any hope of breaking through to Grandmaster?" Fang Ping knew about Lu Fengru's psychological barrier. However, overcoming it was difficult. Zhang Dingnan muttered, "There's still hope, and it's not small. Actually, some people support your teacher's breakthrough to Grandmaster. Some don't. Of course, there are neutral people. However, some people in MCMAU actually hope that she can break through. For example, Zhang Dingnan said playfully, Huang Jing." Fang Ping was curious. Huang Jing hoped that Lu Fengru could break through? However, Lu Fengru had told him that MCMAU's Grandmasters did not want her to break through, right? Does Bairuashi know? Yes. Do you know why she sent Vice-Chancellor Chen's granddaughter to Lu Fengru? Zhang Dingnan seemed to know MCMAU's situation very well. He chuckled and said, "Because Chun Yunqi and Lu Fengru's daughter are very similar, including personality, family background, and so on. Bairuashi sent Chun Yunqi there because she hoped that Lu Fengru could face the truth of her daughter's death and overcome her psychological barrier. Chun Yunqi was Chun Yaoding's granddaughter. Would Bairuashi dare to arrange such a thing? Unsurprisingly, Huang Jing did it. Fang Ping, you come from Nanjiang. That's why I'm telling you so much. It's good for you to understand more about MCMAU's situation. Among the 4 high grandmasters in MCMAU, old Zhang has fallen. Only Wu Quishan, Huang Jing, and senior Lu Pelu, who stayed behind in Nanjiang, are left. Old Lu has always been neutral in MCMAU. Wu Quishan and Huang Jing are actually 2 different factions. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone is united against the outside world. There are still internal disputes and different ideologies. As for how different, I won't say. Anyway, it's very complicated. You don't have to understand it. If you want to do better in MCMAU, like a fish in water, then don't reveal any tendencies or problems too early. Don't think that Wu Quishan is Lu Fengru's husband and you have to stand on his side. Don't think that Huang Jing is your dean and you have to stand on his side. As for you, you might not be much before, but when you're invincible among rank 3 and about to enter rank 4, your vitality is limitless and your bone marrow is like mercury. To be honest, the door to Grandmaster is open to you. At this time, you're no longer dispensable. Some people will also bet on you. Peak rank 6 powerhouses like Lu Fengru and Li Changsheng, as well as some rank 4 and 5 instructors, and even grandmasters will bet on you. Fang Ping suddenly asked, Governor, what about you? Are you betting too? Zhang Dingnan suddenly laughed. You can say that. I hope that you can live a better life in MCMAU and obtain a higher status and power. For example, if you're in charge of MCMAU's martial arts society, then it'll be different. Being in charge of a school's martial arts society means a lot. In the martial arts society, the student representatives, including some instructors from the martial arts society, will also lean toward the martial arts society. If a war breaks out in Nanjiang, others won't help Nanjiang. What about you? You can use your authority to summon some powerhouses to support Nanjiang. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Governor, I think it's better to become the vice-chancellor directly. When I become a grandmaster, do you think it'll be better if I take charge of MCMAU? Zhang Dingnan could not help but laugh. How long would that take? 10 years at most, 3 to 5 years at least, Zhang Dingnan laughed again. It's not that easy to become a vice-chancellor. You have to be able to convince the masses, have the ability, and lead MCMAU to greater heights. Actually, it's not just about power, but also duty and responsibility. Old Grandmaster Zhang dedicated his whole life to MCMAU until he died in a foreign land. Since we're at this point, I'll say a few more words. The battle of MCMAU's routes is actually related to these things. Wu Quishan's philosophy is to raise venomous insects. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. He hurriedly said, Raise venomous insects. Yes, recruit a lot of students, 5,000 to 6,000 or even 10,000 in one batch. Train them to rank 1, then throw them into the catacombs to fight, hone and fight. The powerhouses survive. Those who come out alive are powerhouses, and they're the hope of the future. Huang Jing's philosophy is considered to have inherited your vice-chancellor's philosophy. The powerhouses fight first, and the weak grow slowly at the back. He wanted Lu Fengru to break through to Grandmaster because he held the philosophy of the powerhouses fighting first. However, Lu Fengru is a double-edged sword. I'm afraid Huang Jing is also hesitating. In short, this is MCMAU's own internal affairs. The government is also in a dilemma now. Is Wu Quishan wrong? Not necessarily. Huang Jing is wrong. That's not it either. All in all, you're still too inexperienced if you want to take charge of MCMAU. You'd better think about how the dispute between Huang Jing and Wu Quishan will affect you. Of course, from your point of view, you, who are about to reach rank 4, should actually support Wu Quishan. After all, you're not the one who was thrown into the catacombs, Zhang Dingnan said it casually, but Fang Ping was speechless. Then what about my sister's university studies in the future? Zhang Dingnan almost laughed out loud. This kid was really thinking too much. It's up to you what you think and what you choose. I'm just informing you so that you can have a clearer understanding of MCMAU. When the Magic City Catacombs incident is over, there'll be some disputes in MCMAU. It might even affect the students. The powerhouses among the students might be forced to take sides. Fang Ping said disapprovingly, we'll see how it goes. They won't force us. If not, Fang Ping suddenly stopped talking. He coughed dryly and did not continue. If not, he would switch to another school. He almost spilled the beans. It was better to keep a low profile. If Zhang Dingnan had exposed his thoughts, people like Lu Fengru and Old Man Li would hunt Fang Ping down all over the world. Even if he wanted to switch to another school, he had to stand on the moral high ground, such as being forced, helpless, unwilling, and having no choice but to leave. Zhang Dingnan looked at him deeply. He did not dwell on this and said, after graduation, there's actually not much point in staying in school. Fang Ping, if you're interested, you should return to Nanjiang. If you can become a rank 5 or even a rank 6 martial artist after graduation, it's not impossible for Nanjiang's deputy governor. Fong Ping smiled hurriedly. Governor, you think too highly of me. I'm only a rank 3 now and a freshman. I won't think about the long term for now. Governor, the reason I came here this time is to ask you about the cultivation of manic explosion. Zhang Dingnan was not surprised. He did not mind Fong Ping's evasions either. He smiled and said, the cultivation of combat techniques is not something that can be explained in a few words. I'll tell you a little, mainly to give you a way of thinking. Zhang Dingnan gave a simple explanation, but Fong Ping felt that he had learned a lot. The creator of combat techniques naturally understood combat techniques the best. After he finished speaking, Zhang Dingnan did not draw his saber. He suddenly stretched out his hand and slashed at Fong Ping. At that moment, Fong Ping felt that he had nowhere to run. He would definitely die. This is the unity technique. Zhang Dingnan pulled his hand back and smiled faintly. How do you feel? There's nowhere to run. That's right. What's an ultimate move? An ultimate move is an ultimate move. If someone escapes, how can it be called an ultimate move? The ultimate moves that you, the 3 lower rank, 3 martial artists, cultivate are very flawed. The real 3 middle rank, 3 powerhouses, and I'm talking about powerhouses, cultivate their ultimate moves. That's different. Under one move, it's either death or life. Including the lockdown of force and the convergence of energy, they've all reached a limit. The current you has killed middle stage rank for catacombs martial artists. You might even be able to kill upper stage ones. However, those are all weaklings. The weaklings of the catacombs are similar to the casual martial artists here. When you meet a real catacombs powerhouse, you'll understand that the so-called cross-rank killing is too difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. When a rank 3 martial artist meets a top-notch rank 4 powerhouse, his force will lock on you. Once the ultimate move is used, you'll be killed in one move. No matter how many tricks you have, it's useless if you can't use them. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, this kind of powerhouse is rare, right? He had almost never met this kind in the catacombs. If he did, he would have died long ago. That included the rank 6 martial artist from back then. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the other party would not bother to use this kind of move on Fong Ping, but the probability was not high. It's rare. Zhang Dingnan chuckled. Also, they're rarely in the periphery. Actually, the catacombs powerhouses are also training. They go deeper into the wilderness to train in uninhabited places. For them, human strongholds lack this kind of opportunity. When you go deeper into the catacombs, one day you might meet them. Be more careful. Thank you for the reminder, Governor. You're welcome. MCMAU's instructors know this. They'll also remind you when you go deeper. Go deeper into the catacombs, Fong Ping murmured. The current him was only at the Jiao's forest, which was less than 100 li away from Hope City. How big was Magic City's catacombs? 5,000 kilometers from east to west, 10,000 li away, 2,000 kilometers from north to south, and this was only the location of the 13 cities. It was half the size of Huaxia. Fong Ping was only active in one city now. He was still very far away from going deeper. In such a small place, he had already met a rank 9 powerhouse, and he had met the Jiao. After saying that, Fong Ping should bid farewell. However, Fong Ping thought of something and asked suddenly, Governor, in the catacombs language, what does Nyagukali mean? Zhang Dingnan chuckled. You met it? Fong Ping was confused. What did he meet? The general meaning is, I'm very weak. The strong don't kill the weak. Please don't kill me. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He swallowed and whispered, Actually, it means to beg for mercy? Zhang Dingnan smiled and nodded. You can understand it that way. However, under normal circumstances, people of the same rank won't say it unless you meet a rank 1 or 2 catacombs martial artist. They might say it because in the catacombs martial artist philosophy, it's not shameful to admit defeat to a powerhouse. Although the catacombs martial artists fought to the death with human martial artists when they met, it was not that they were completely unafraid of death. When a rank 3 met a rank 7, was it useful to be unafraid of death? According to the ancient rules, they would also beg for mercy. The strong did not kill the weak. Fang Ping's expression was stiff. Can you understand it, as I'm just a fart, please let me go? Zhang Dingnan laughed. If you want to think that way, you can understand it that way. However, you don't have to worry about it. Just kill them. You can kill any catacombs martial artist. As for grandmasters, it depends on their mood. Sometimes grandmaster powerhouses won't purposely kill some catacombs civilians. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Old man Li, you're good. No wonder he was looked down on so many times. However, the ones he met were all rank 4 or 5 martial artists. Cough, cough, it was not too shameful. Moreover, no one saw or heard it. The catacombs martial artists who heard it were all dead. Destroying the corpses, no one will know. Fang Ping felt somewhat comforted. Otherwise, he would not be able to wash away this shame. Before he left, Zhang Dingnan told Fang Ping that the military department and the Language Research Institute had made some breakthroughs. When he was free, he could go and learn some common catacombs expressions. MCMAU would probably start learning in this area soon. Fang Ping thanked him. Speaking of which, human martial artists were still very lucky. Or rather, geniuses were very lucky. He came to ask for guidance from grandmasters. Grandmasters did not hide anything and answered almost every question. His own instructor was also a peak rank 6 powerhouse who was about to become a grandmaster. Old man Li was also a peak rank 6. Big Lion, including, would answer any questions he had about martial arts. It was the same for MCMAU's Dean Huangjing. Compared to some catacombs martial artists, human martial artists were much luckier. As for the only catacombs expression that Old Man Li had taught him, Fang Ping knew what Old Man Li meant, but he still felt ashamed. I've killed all the catacombs, people to keep their mouths shut. As for Old Man Li's side, even if you beat him to death, he can't say that I said this. Otherwise, he can't afford to lose face. Fang Ping could not remember if he had told Old Man Li that he had said this to the catacombs people. However, he would pretend that he had not said it. Chapter 275. Fang Ping stayed in River City for 2 days. Distance's expansion had already begun in Rivertown. The FNB platform had been launched, and offline express delivery stores had been set up. Fang Ping briefly mentioned it to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang was not surprised that Fang Ping had started a company. Wang Jinyang also knew about it when the internet was abuzz. He did not say much. In the eyes of many martial artists, starting a company was not a proper occupation. Wang Jinyang did not think so, but he did not care too much about Fang Ping's small company. Middle-ranked martial artists could easily spend tens or hundreds of millions on cultivation. Most of the time, they still had to rely on the catacombs' resources. If Fang Ping opened a small company, how long would it take for him to earn enough wealth for his cultivation? Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang's discussion about the company was not important. With Fang Ping's current fame and ability, he did not need old Wang's protection. In Nanjiang, there were not many people who would really cause trouble. After talking about the company for a while, Fang Ping smiled. Brother Wang, do you know about MCW's e-commerce platform? Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. The platform that allows students to order pills and weapons online is in charge of delivery and gets credits in advance. Yes. Fang Ping hummed in response, then said, Brother Wang, does NMAU have such an idea? There were still many advantages. It saved the students' time and reduced the school's workload. The loan system was not reaping without sowing. Instead, it was reaping the rewards of hard work. This was also in line with the definition of a martial artist. Fight. Only by daring to invest will there be returns. Blindly waiting for the school to assign tasks and resources will make martial artists lazy. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, NMAU can't be compared to MCMAU. We're already short on resources. If we give them an advance, it'll only make us more nervous. Then let's not open the lending system for now. Fong Ping chuckled. What I mean is, we should set up the platform first. Don't you think that this is an unnecessary move? It won't be of much use for now. Wang Jinyang nodded. It was just an extra distance to travel. Martial artists were too lazy to even run. In his opinion, this was not a good thing. My goal is not to have a single school as a platform. Fong Ping said in a low voice, I'm thinking of creating an open platform for all universities in the country in the future. NMAU might not have some of MCMAU's weapons. Some of MCMAU's pills might not even be available in NMAU. This included the energy room, the vitality pool, and the combat techniques room. NMAU should have a combat techniques room too, but it was not in use now. Moreover, to put it bluntly, did NMAU have as many combat techniques as MCMAU did? These were only 2 schools. Now that the situation had worsened, the martial arts universities in the country should be inclusive and not limited to just one school or one place. Some of MCMAU's grandmasters and instructors would only provide their own combat techniques to MCMAU, not NMAU. It was the same for everyone else. Our experts are actually very tolerant. They made their battle techniques public, didn't charge any fees, and tried their best to give pointers. But sometimes there are still limitations. Just like what I said to one of my teachers before, there is a difference between a big family and a small family. Nowadays, the experts serve the country as a big family, but at the same time, they guard their own small family. Wang Jinyang's eyes were frighteningly bright. He said seriously, Fong Ping, are you sure you're not joking? Some of MCMAU's resources and places can be open to NMAU? In NMAU, there was no energy room or vitality pool. Not to mention the cost of building an energy room. The key was the consumption of energy stones. NMAU was not located above the catacombs, so it was difficult to obtain them. They could not afford it. As for the vitality pool, it was mainly built for middle-ranked martial artists. How many middle-ranked martial artists had graduated from NMAU in recent years? Even among the instructors, there were not many middle-ranked ones. If MCMAU was really open to the public, as Wang Jinyang said this, he suddenly shook his head and said, That's impossible. You can't make this decision yet. Although we're facing external enemies now, people are selfish. MCMAU can maintain its reputation as a famous school because of these things. This includes some secret combat techniques that MCMAU will not open to the public. This is the reason why MCMAU can be ranked as a famous school. Once it's really open to the public, then MCMAU. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was unconcerned. He said, the key to cultivation methods like combat techniques is the cultivation of the person. If the cultivation is not deep enough, no matter how good the cultivation method is, it will be a waste. As for the cultivation places, as long as you're willing to pay and pay the price, MCMAU can also be open to the public. Maintaining the prestige and status of a famous school is not about making the opponents weaker, but about making the strong stronger. Of course, Fong Ping chuckled and said, Right now, I don't have the right to open up these things, but I believe that this day will not be too far away. If rank 4 isn't enough, rank 5 isn't enough, then rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9. The improvement of strength and the expansion of influence will give me a greater right to speak, not just in MCMAU, but in the whole of Sino Nation. Now, I've built this foundation first. With the foundation, when the day comes to implement it, it will be easy. Even in the later stages, we can carry out instructors' exchanges. MCMAU instructors will come to NMAU to teach for a period of time, and NMAU instructors will go to MCMAU to see the world. Under the premise that we have the catacombs as our enemy, we need to take bigger steps, faster steps. Back then, the sects dominated the martial arts world. How many sects are there now? Back then, how many powerhouses were there in the sects? In recent years, martial arts universities have become the orthodox, leading the people toward martial arts, embracing everything. How many powerhouses are there? But this is not enough. The government may think that we can't take too big a step, but in reality, we don't have much time to wait and slowly eliminate this barrier. Forget about the ordinary people. They can slowly digest it and wait for the day the truth is revealed. As martial artists, as the frontline existence against the catacombs invasion, we should no longer be so conservative. Wang Jinyang stood up and paced for a moment. As the current president of NMAU Martial Arts Society and the only upper stage rank for student, his strength surpassed many instructors. Once he entered rank 5, his position in NMAU would be even higher. Wang Jinyang's promotion of these things was not a big deal. But could everything that Fang Ping said really be realized? Right now, he was only talking about MCMAU and NMAU, but Fang Ping was talking about the National University Alliance. In the future, would martial arts universities like CCMAU also join in? 99 martial arts universities to communicate with each other and share resources? There were many reasons why it was 99 martial arts universities and not one martial arts university, including geographical division, maintaining competitiveness, distribution of educational resources, preventing martial arts universities from centralizing power, and so on. However, Fang Ping only wanted to use the platform to integrate, so it was not impossible. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jinyang said, "The platform can be built, but how do we operate it? Who will run it? Who will lead the platform?" Distance will be responsible for building this platform. It will be beneficial for future integration. Wang Jinyang chuckled and shook his head. NMAU will not let outsiders control this platform. Fang Ping smiled and said, "That's why I came to look for Brother Wang and not other schools. The platform is actually an intermediary platform. It's different. All of our students' information, including their cultivation progress, will be displayed in front of MCMAU. I am me, distance is distance, and MCMAU is MCMAU." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "These are not related." "That's just what you think. Then what do you mean, Brother Wang?" "NMAU will build the platform itself. In the future, if you have this ability and influence and need to integrate, you can be the main body to carry out the integration, or the government can step in and let the government control it." Fang Ping pursed his lips. Why would he bother with this? "Brother Wang, the government will not take the initiative to promote this. If the government steps in, it will be biased. Will MCMAU take the lead, CCMAU, or other universities? When that time comes, it will be troublesome and cause dissatisfaction among the high grandmasters. No one will care about us students making small fuss." Fang Ping said at the end, "The platform will be operated by distance, but NMAU's platform, or the platforms of each school, will remain independent for now. As for the students' information, I don't think it's necessary to keep it a secret." "Don't tell me you're still hiding dozens of rank 4 and 5 students?" Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh. He pondered again and said after a while, "I'll give it a try, but I don't have high hopes." Relying on a small, independent platform to integrate 99 martial arts universities was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, there was still hope for cooperation between individual universities. For example, NMAU and MCMAU. Both he and Fang Ping had some authority in the school, so this could still be done. After talking about this, Wang Jinyang said, "Are you ready to break through to rank 4? Fang Ping shook his head. He thought for a while and said, "I'll have to wait a little longer. After I achieve 7 collective slashes and become the first in rank 3, I'll break through." "Is there a need?" "Yes." Fang Ping smiled and said, "You have to finish what you started. Moreover, 1st and 3rd are different. If I'm the first in rank 3, the publicly recognized first, then I'll be able to maintain the attention and make everyone pay more attention to me. Only then can I gain a greater reputation and have an advantage in the competition in the future. Brother Wang, think about it. Are you as famous as I am now? Maybe you're famous in the martial arts world. But in this society, most people are normal people. Among the new generation of martial artists, how many of them know about you? When I return to MCMAU and the new students start school, maybe my club will be able to recruit more than half of the new students because I, Fang Ping, have this reputation. If this goes on for a few years, MCMAU students will only know me and not the martial arts club. I'll easily replace the martial arts club's position, and it's a club founded by me. This is different from the martial arts club. After that, when these members graduate, I'll be their first and only president. Then, I'll have more influence on them. My connections, circle, and influence will expand. Maybe when I'm still a student, I'll be able to influence the whole of MCMAU. Wang Jinyan looked at him deeply. After a while, he said, "You're very ambitious." "I'm not ambitious." Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'm just protecting myself. Under the premise of the catacomb's existence, I can only work hard to make myself stronger so that I can master more power. I can't just passively accept everything. I need to master more information and obtain more resources. I can't wait for others to guide and inform me little by little. Do we really understand some of the catacombs' deeper secrets? Do we have the right to know some of the government's decisions and strategies in advance? Not only do I need to know, but I also need to understand clearly and participate in it. You might say that martial artists don't care about power, but without power, can you change NMAU according to your ideas? Strength and power must be there. That's what a martial artist is, not a martial artist." Wang Jinyan did not say anything else. It was unknown whether he agreed or felt that there was no need to probe further. Both of them did not talk about this anymore. If word got out that 2 rank 3 and 4 martial artists were talking about these topics, people might laugh at them. In a situation where there were hundreds of grandmasters, what right did 2 middle-ranked martial artists have to change everything? However, both of them were very confident and did not take it too seriously. Grandmasters would happen sooner or later. At the end of July, Fang Ping returned to Sun City. At this time, Fang Ping began to live in seclusion and did not show his face anymore. Some of the higher-ups in Sun City did not know that Fang Ping had returned to Sun City. During the time he was home, Fang Ping had to rely on himself to polish and recover because of his lack of wealth. Vitality could be recovered by sleeping and eating. It could also be recovered by using mentality to move energy particles. Mentality, on the other hand, could be recovered through sleep and rest. Although the progress was slow, Fang Ping realized that under these circumstances, the use of mentality was more flexible, and the circulation of vitality was much smoother. Fang Ping had been trying to figure out and train the 7 collective slashes. When he calmed his heart and threw away the complicated things, his progress was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, it was August, 5th of August. A small-scale flood disaster broke out in Nanjiang. The area of effect was not large, but it was very close to Sun City, an auspicious peace city, which was adjacent to auspicious Sunday. The flood caused a small-scale mudslide in the White Mountains outside the suburbs. Although the mountain collapsed, it did not cause too much economic or human loss. However, on that day, many people did not realize that there were a few powerhouses in the air, patrolling the area nervously. As for Fang Ping, since his mentality had broken through the 500 Hz threshold, he could also sense the changes in the energy particles. This was something he could not do before. On 5th of August, Fang Ping clearly sensed that the energy particle density in Sun City had increased slightly. The energy overflowing from the opening of the passageway. Fang Ping thought of this immediately. When he sensed the increase in the energy particles, Fang Ping immediately rushed out of his room and went to the rooftop, searching around in the wind and rain. Very soon, Fang Ping confirmed that his senses were not wrong. The energy particle density in Sun City has increased. Where was the passageway opened? Sun City? No, if it was in Sun City, it should not have increased by this much. However, I can clearly see the phenomenon of energy particles overflowing in Sun City, which means that the passageway is not far from Sun City. Fang Ping hurried home, ignoring his family's questions, and immediately made some calls. Very soon, he found out about the changes in Auspicious Peace. Fang Ping's last call was to Old Manly. Old Manly sighed and said, "The Magic City Catacombs is coming to an end soon. The university's teachers should be returning soon. But after this, MCMEU's pressure will increase when they face both East Sunflower City and Skygate City. Nanjiang Catacombs. Since there is an energy overflow, the passageway will definitely open in 3 months at least, half a year at most." Fang Ping was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then MCMEU will not be able to support Nanjiang anymore? Old Lu should be there, but I'm afraid the others won't be able to." Fang Ping did not say anything else. On Nanjiang's side, the passageway had been opened. Even if they could not spare manpower, the government would not sit idly by. However, the more powerhouses that came to help, the safer Nanjiang would be. This was also a fact. If there were fewer, and the catacombs army broke through the passageway, exited the passageway, and entered the human world, perhaps Auspicious Peace would be wiped off the map. Sun City was less than 80 kilometers away from Auspicious Peace. It could be reached in an hour's drive. It was too close. Maybe it's time to move. Fang Ping mumbled. It was so close he was really worried. If the passageway was broken through, then it would be a big problem. Move to Magic City? Fang Ping, who had always wanted to buy a house in Magic City, did not buy one because he needed to spend money. Now, however, it was time to prepare. The situation in Magic City's catacombs is not too good now. In Sino Nation, only Capital City's catacombs has built the first big human city. Not only can it defend, but it also has a certain degree of offensive ability. As for other places where the catacombs' entrances did not appear, Fang Ping did not think about it. The entrances to the catacombs were increasing, not staying the same. Those places might appear soon. If he moved there now, he would have to move sooner or later. Capital City. I'm not familiar with it, and I'm not there. Either I don't move, or I can only move to Magic City. Magic City, Fang Ping murmured. Did he really have to move? Could Nanjiang's catacombs be defended? What's more, could he move away now? His father had become the deputy director of the city government office, and his sister was studying here. He was now the pride of Sun City. Whether it was Zhang Dingnan's suggestion or by Jin Shan's own initiative, everyone in Sun City knew that Fang Ping was from Sun City, and his parents and family were here. Now that he suddenly moved, normal people would not know the situation, but middle and high-ranked martial artists would definitely know what he meant. Before the catacombs opened, Fang Ping took his family away. Was such a person qualified to become one of the future leaders of the martial arts world? Fang Ping thought for a while and finally made up his mind. He would go to Magic City to buy a house first. When the catacombs opened, he would come to Nanjiang's catacombs and see the situation for himself. Once he felt that it was dangerous, he would bring his family back to Magic City. As for what others would think, he would not care. If they could defend against it, and humans established a stronghold in the catacombs, it would be fine not to move for now. Nowadays, there was no place on Earth that was not dangerous. If he moved to Magic City, it was hard to say when Magic City's catacombs would be broken through. Moreover, newly opened passageways could still be sealed when necessary and would not be as stable as the passageways in Magic City. The reason why Nanjiang did not consider sealing it was mainly because the number of catacombs passageways was still increasing. Once it was sealed this time, it would be stable the next time. Coincidentally, there was another opening, and that would be 2 or 3 passageways opening at the same time, which would be even more troublesome. Taking advantage of the opening of the next entrance to lay a foundation at the previous entrance and gain a firm foothold, it would be more meaningful. Some passageways that had been opened for a long time were now stable, and could not be sealed even if they wanted to. What a disaster! Chapter 276. Scenic Lake Gardens. It was still raining outside the house. Fang Ping packed his luggage. Fang Yuan said reluctantly, "You're leaving again." Fang Ping had only been back for a few days during the summer break. Now that he was leaving, he did not know when he would return. "I'm going to get first place this time. There's no reason to give up halfway. If I don't get first place, what's the difference between me and a salted fish?" Fang Ping joked casually. Fang Yuan mumbled, "You almost lost to that petite girl." Fang Ping glared at her. "I can't beat Ling Yi. You didn't see when your brother cheated. If he cheated, he could kill her in 2 or 3 moves. However, when Fang Ping and Ling Yi fought in the video last time, he did not have an absolute advantage. It was not until they used their ultimate move that they exhausted their vitality. Fang Ping relied on his stronger body to beat Ling Yi until she could not fight back. "Do you really think it's that hard for me to beat her?" Fang Ping snorted. "I went easy on her because she's a girl. Otherwise, she'd be defeated in 3 moves. Fang Yuan looked doubtful. She did not believe him. "Don't look at me like that." Fang Ping rubbed her head and messed up her hair. He smiled. "I'm almost at the 149 calories limit. Many people are stuck at this stage. Don't get stuck here. It'll be embarrassing. Your brother started cultivating in April 2008. I was tested in May. My vitality was at 149 calories in less than a month. From 149 calories to 200 calories and above, it only took me 3 to 4 months to hone my bones. Although your bones haven't grown, you've taken a lot of pills. The environment for cultivating the methods of honing is actually better than before. The methods of honing was a comprehensive cultivation method. It opened up meridians, opened minor vessels, and honed vitality. Fang Ping said the environment was better because the Nanjiang catacombs was about to open. The energy density would increase. Martial artists below Grandmaster might not be able to sense energy particles. However, when everyone cultivated, they would realize that vitality would recover faster in places with abundant energy. It was easier for the methods of honing to hone bones and vitality. This was the same principle as in MCMAU's energy room. Nanjiang's energy density had been increasing for the past year. Although the increase was small, it was an undeniable fact that cultivation was speeding up. Every year, martial arts universities raised the bar for admission. It was related to the standard of living, but it was also related to having higher energy levels. Fang Yuan pouted as she listened to Fang Ping's words. Seeing this, Fang Ping felt his hands itch. He reached out and pinched it, smiling. "Work hard and try to complete once honing as soon as possible. There's still some time before school starts. If you work hard, there's hope for you to complete once honing before school starts. Your brother, I should be rank 4 by then. Fang Ping, are you really going to achieve rank 4? Fang Yuan was not completely clueless about martial arts, but he was still rather shocked. That's fast. When Fang Ping was not a martial artist, she had already been cultivating pole standing. By the time Fang Ping became a martial artist, he was already at peak rank 3. She had not even reached 150 calories for her first bone honing, and Fang Ping was already at rank 4. More or less. After this challenge, I should enter rank 4. Fang Ping continued. Next month, the rank 4 and rank 5 ranking lists might be released. Take this opportunity to stay on the rank 3 ranking list for a few days. Otherwise, I'll have to wait a few months before I can make a name for myself again. Fang Ping made it sound like it was a pity and that it would take a long time. Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to it, but she did not know that other people would probably be pissed to death if they heard it. From achieving rank 4 to making a name for himself as a rank 4, Fang Ping's intention was clear. A few months would be enough. After a few months, he would also be invincible among rank for martial artists. Fan Yuan was also curious about the ranking list. She widened her eyes and asked, "Are there a lot of rank for martial artists in Sino Nation?" Fang Ping shook his head and smiled. "I'm not sure. I don't know the exact number, but the number of middle-ranked martial artists is about 100,000. There should be 80,000 to 90,000 rank 4s. There were more and more martial artists in Sino Nation now. As long as the number of people who died in battle did not exceed the number of people who appeared, the number would keep increasing. With the government's push, the number of martial artists as a group had already increased rapidly. The number of millions of lower-ranked martial artists was gradually increasing. There were still 100,000 middle-ranked martial artists. In terms of numbers, the military department had the most middle-ranked martial artists, but almost all of them were in the catacombs. There were also some middle-ranked martial artists in the various houses of governors and houses of commanders. The House of Guardians also had a group. As for the central government, although there was no movement, there were not many grandmasters on the grandmaster ranking list. However, the number of middle-ranked martial artists directly under the central government was not small. Even though the military department was so powerful, they still could not make Sino Nation a true military-run country. This also had something to do with the central government's strength. In addition to a group of martial artists in society, 100,000 middle-ranked martial artists was Fang Ping's judgment. There were many rank 4 martial artists. Fang Ping had just entered rank 4. Even if he was invincible among all rank 3 martial artists, it would be difficult for him to enter the rank 4 ranking list quickly. "That's a lot," Fan Yuan said curiously. "Then why haven't we heard of any middle-ranked martial artists in Sun City? Also, there are very few grandmasters. There are only 106 in total." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Don't believe those rankings. The current grandmaster ranking is only a part of it. There are many grandmasters in Sino Nation. Also, grandmasters are much stronger than you think. Your brother is strong enough now, right?" "Yes." Fan Yuan nodded hurriedly. Fang Ping was very powerful. Everyone said that Fang Ping was powerful. But if I meet a grandmaster, they can kill me with a glare. I can actually carry people and Midair tread now, but I can only do it for a short while because of my strong physique and pole standing. I fall quickly. When I reach grandmaster level, I can soar in the sky. I can really fly in the sky and ride on the clouds. Grandmasters are the real immortals. Girl, if you want to fly in the sky, work hard. You can do it too if you become a grandmaster. Fang Yuan's face was full of yearning. Isn't this the world of immortals? It's just like on TV. If Yuan Ping Club can have 3,000 grandmasters, brother, can we build a celestial palace in the sky? They can all be listed as immortals. Fang Ping's expression froze. 3,000 grandmasters? Are you kidding me? Sino Nation has been accumulating for countless years. How many grandmasters do they have? You little girl, you're always dreaming. If there were really 3,000 grandmasters, Fang Ping had no doubt that Sino Nation would attack the catacombs immediately and destroy at least half of the catacombs' entrances. They would not hesitate even if they suffered heavy losses. Ignoring the girl, Fang Ping packed his things, picked up his Changdao and strode down the stairs. "I'm leaving. Take care of Mom and Dad. Also, don't go to Auspicious Peace City. Remember, there are tens of thousands of evil sect martial artists in Auspicious Peace City now. No one will save you if you go." Fang Ping scared his sister. Fan Yuan was terrified. Tens of thousands of evil sect martial artists in Auspicious Peace City? "Brother, you're going to Auspicious Peace City." "I'm not going. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. If your classmates or friends want to go, don't worry. There are people watching over them. Just don't go." "Yes, I'm definitely not going." Fan Yuan nodded hurriedly. Only a fool would go. Tens of thousands of martial artists were too scary. "I'm leaving." After saying goodbye to Fan Yuan, Fang Ping drove away quickly. His destination, Beijiang Province. The two rank 3 powerhouses in the military department were both from the Beijiang military region. There were no famous schools in Beijiang, but there were military schools. Beijiang Military School. Other than Beijiang Military School, there was also a professional martial arts university here, Beijiang Martial Arts University. Fang Ping did not know much about Beijiang Martial Arts University, but he knew a few of its students. Sun Mingyu, the team leader of the Martial Arts University Alliance that day, was a rank 2 martial artist. In the end, during the championship, his left hand was chopped off by Han Su. Liang Weiyao was also from Beijiang Martial Arts University. To say that Fang Ping was brutal when it came to female martial artists was to forget about Liang Weiyao. This person had almost collapsed CCMAU's Li Ran's chest with one punch. He was also very strong. Fang Ping felt that his reputation was bad because he was too strong. Others envied him. Why did no one say that Liang Weiyao was brutal? The two martial artists from Beijiang Martial Arts University had brutal fighting styles. They were cruel to their enemies and to themselves. Beijiang martial artists might not be very strong. There were not many grandmasters either. However, Beijiang martial artists' combat strength was very strong because they went to the catacombs all year round. Beijiang's catacombs entrances were almost always guarded by Beijiang's own people. The rank 1 Liang Weiyao and the rank 2 Sun Mingyu were both martial artists who had entered the catacombs before. If it were any other place, it would be impossible for these rank 1 and 2 martial artists to go to the catacombs to die. In the northern borderline, however, the more talented one was, the earlier they would go down. They would never give you a chance to slack off. That was why the Beijiang military department had produced 2 rank 3 top-notch powerhouses. This had something to do with the influence of this environment. Beijiang was not close to Nanjiang. Fang Ping did not rest while driving. After 1 day and 1 night, he had driven nearly 1,500 kilometers before he arrived at Beijiang province. On the 7th of August, Fang Ping arrived at Beijiang Martial Arts University's entrance. He had just gotten out of the car when someone yelled at the school gate, "Fang Ping is here!" Inform the peak rank 3 students to fight. Fight! Peak rank 3 students fight. Where is Fang Ping? I'll fight him first. Don't fight with me. Beijiang Martial Arts University was practically in an uproar in an instant. Batches of students, armed with weapons, quickly rushed to the school gate. Some of the instructors walked in the air and shouted, "Go all out! There are no cowards in the northern borderline. Defeat Fang Ping, and you'll be rewarded handsomely." Fang Ping's jaw dropped. I didn't say I wanted to challenge him. I'm just here to take a look and ask how to get to the Beijiang military department. In the end, before he could say anything, almost 1,000 people rushed out of the Beijiang campus. What were they doing? At this moment, at the school gate, a large number of students were eager to try. In the front row, a female martial artist shouted, "Fang Ping, Ling Yi's chest is small. She can't fight to her heart's content. How about we spar?" After saying that, the girl even puffed out her chest. Her breasts were surging. Fang Ping's expression changed. I'm just here to ask for directions. I also want to see how Sun Mingyu's broken arm is doing. Who wants to fight you? Now that his wealth was replenished, who would waste their vitality to fight others for no reason? Seeing that more and more people were coming, and that the Beijiang instructors were still encouraging others to come out to watch the fight, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and ran toward the car without another word. In less than 30 seconds, the car roared and Fang Ping drove away. As soon as he left, the entire Beijiang Martial Arts University fell silent. At the school gate, a group of students looked at each other. Suddenly, someone complained, "Lu Lin must have scared him away. Why did you puff out your chest for no reason? He won't dare to hit you if you're too big." F***CK off. The female martial artist who provoked Fang Ping earlier scolded and said angrily, "What's wrong with this guy?" He came and ran away. He's not manly at all. I was thinking that since he could hit a woman, he'd be a good opponent. I didn't expect him to be just for show. That's right. Why did he run? Do you think we'll eat him up? Really, it's so boring. It's still Lu Lin's fault. She scared him. He's probably never seen such a big guy before. He's afraid that he won't be able to hold back and will explode. Everyone was engaged in a heated discussion, but Fong Ping had long disappeared without a trace. The Beijiang martial artists are all crazy. In the car, Fong Ping scolded. He was just passing by. He did not even say a word, and thousands of people rushed out. What were they trying to do? As he scolded, Fong Ping called Fu Changding and the others. After asking a few people, he finally got Sun Mingyu's number. Half an hour later, in a restaurant outside Beijiang Martial Arts University, Sun Mingyu and Liang Weiyao strode over. As soon as he saw Fong Ping, Sun Mingyu laughed and said, "Fong Ping, long time no see." The two of them were not familiar with each other at all, but Sun Mingyu was extremely enthusiastic. When they saw each other, he went forward and gave Fong Ping a hug, patting him heavily. Liang Weiyao was a big guy. After Sun Mingyu greeted him enthusiastically, Liang Weiyao also went forward and gave him a passionate hug. Fong Ping was almost out of breath from the two of them. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You two are really passionate. Us Beijiang people are all passionate." Sun Mingyu laughed and said, "I heard that you came to our university just now. Why did you leave so suddenly?" "Too passionate. I couldn't handle it." Fong Ping smiled bitterly and gestured for the two of them to sit down. He glanced at Sun Mingyu's left hand and asked, "How's your hand?" "It's fine. I just spent a few more bone-honing pills. It's connected." Sun Mingyu did not mind. Liang Weiyao sighed softly and said he was originally rank 2. He should have achieved rank 3 by now. However, because of his hand, he wasted a lot of time. Now he's only upper stage rank 2. Liang Weiyao had already achieved peak rank 2. Those who participated in the Martial Arts University Championship that day were all geniuses. Among them, the once honed ones like Zhao Xuemei had just achieved peak rank 2. Han Su was about to achieve middle stage rank 3. As for the others like Fu Changding and the others, they had not heard from them for the past few days. If everything went according to plan, they would probably be rank 3 coming to school before school started. Sun Mingyu was early stage rank 2 back then. Now he was only upper stage rank 2. Obviously, his broken hand was not as easy to solve as he said. It had taken up a lot of his cultivation time. However, it was a blessing in disguise that the bones in his hand were connected. Both of them were very passionate. Sun Mingyu was not angry about his broken hand. In the championship, everyone was fighting for their own families. If they lost, they lost. Even if they died, it was worth it. They did not continue talking about this. Very soon, Sun Mingyu turned from guest to host and took the initiative to order some dishes and wine. Wine was the main thing. Seeing that Fong Ping was not used to it, Sun Mingyu smiled and said, "It's okay. Although drinking too much wine will affect your reaction speed, it's good to drink less." Fong Ping smiled and did not refuse. Sun Mingyu took the initiative to start the conversation. "You came to Beijiang this time because of Chen Xiufeng and Guo Xian." "Yes, but I don't know much about the Beijiang military department. That's why I passed by the martial arts university and wanted to ask how to find them." Sun Mingyu heard that and smiled. "This is easy. I know them. We trained in the Beijiang military department for a period of time before. Speaking of which, both of them were our instructors back then. However, Fong Ping, I've seen the video of you fighting with Ling Yi. You might not be their match." The military department's battle strategy is very simple, but it's also very fierce. If you really fight, they will definitely go all out. "Do they think you're a catacombs martial artist?" Fong Ping nodded. "I've heard of it. That's why I want to learn from the military department's martial artists. Since you insist, then there's nothing more to say. We'll bring you over later. At the same time, you can also take the opportunity to observe the battle of peak rank 3 powerhouses. Sun Mingyu did not persuade him further. After chatting for a while, he smiled again. Did you know that Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open? Yes, I felt it before. Fangping, once Nanjiang's catacombs open, no one else will say anything, but we will definitely go over. Sun Mingyu smiled. For us, the opening of the catacombs is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity. Every time a new entrance to the catacombs opens, it will produce a large number of powerhouses. When the time comes, the people who participated in the championship that day will probably have a chance to gather. I wonder how the others are doing now. Fangping thought for a while and said, Chen Jiaxing should be almost rank 3, or he has already broken through. Bai Yin seems to have also reached peak rank 2. Those few from CCMAU are all at peak rank 2. Han Su has broken through rank 3. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. You've been to more places than us. We haven't reached rank 3 yet. Now we've been staying in Beijiang all this time. It's so boring, the 3 of them chatted. After they finished their meal, Sun Mingyu did not delay and brought Fangping directly to the Beijiang military department. They were also very interested in the fight for the first place in rank 3. At this moment, Fangping was not only representing MCMAU, but he was also the first rank 3 in martial arts universities. There were more powerhouses below Grandmaster in the military department, and they were also slightly stronger. Above Grandmaster, in terms of numbers, there were more martial arts universities. Chapter 277, Beijiang Military Department. The people from the military department were simple and direct. As soon as Fangping arrived, the military department did not exchange any pleasantries. Very soon, Fangping saw 2 youths in military uniforms at the military department's training ground. Both of them were tall and big. Their facial expressions were cold, as if they were carved from the same mold. Beijiang Military Department, Chen Qiufeng. Beijiang Military Department, Guoxian. Both youths stood ramrod straight. The military ranks they wore showed that both of them were commander-in-chief officers. It was still extremely difficult for a rank 3 martial artist to become a commander-in-chief officer. Fangping could do it now, but it was because of the East Sunflower City incident. Otherwise, he would not even be a commander-in-chief now. The 2 of them introduced themselves and then fell silent. Other than these 2, there was another slightly older military officer in his 30s. He was also a commander-in-chief. Seeing that Fangping had not reacted, he chuckled. Both of them are here. You choose one. It's the same no matter who you fight. When they fight normally, the winning rate is 50-50. Fangping could not help but laugh. So straightforward. He glanced at the 2 people opposite him. Both of their faces were expressionless. Seeing Fangping looking over, the youth who introduced himself as Chen Qiufeng said in a low voice, "We're more willing to fight in the catacombs. However, since you want to learn from each other, we'll keep you company. However, fists and feet have no eyes. We won't hold back." Fangping smiled. That's for sure. As for fighting in the catacombs, to be honest, it's too difficult to meet an opponent of equal strength. That's why we have no choice but to challenge them. In the catacombs, no one would make a ranking list for you. There was no chance for you to challenge anyone. If you wanted to meet a top-notch powerhouse of the same rank, it would depend on luck. It was too difficult to meet one. The 2 people opposite him did not say anything. Indeed, the chances of encountering a same-rank powerhouse in the catacombs alone was not as high as encountering a high rank. Seeing that, Fangping did not hesitate anymore. He looked at Chen Qiufeng and said, "I challenge you." If he wanted to fight, he would naturally fight first. Since Guoxian was ranked 2nd, it meant that he was still slightly weaker than Chen Qiufeng. Chen Qiufeng did not hesitate. Very quickly, he took off his military jacket, leaving only the military vest inside. There were scars everywhere on his body. Fang Ping could see the hideous scars on his bare arms alone. Chen Qiufeng was also a martial arts practitioner who used a spear. In the military department or the military academy, there were more martial arts practitioners who used spears than sabers and swords. This was because it was easier to form a battle formation and kill martial arts practitioners who were stronger than them. There were also two types of martial artists who used spears. A type of spear with a wooden shaft. This type of spear had more variations and could be used in battle. The other was to use an alloy spear, which had fewer variations, but was more direct, straightforward, and ferocious. Chen Qiufeng used a full-body alloy spear. The spearhead glowed a faint dark red. It was the result of being stained with blood for a long period of time. The blood had seeped into the insides and was unable to be washed away. Walking onto the martial arts arena, Chen Qiufeng looked at Fang Ping. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not hesitate anymore. He wielded his Changdao and walked forward. "MCMAU Fang Ping, please advise me." "Please." The moment Chen Qiufeng said please, his long spear attacked almost at the same time, piercing toward Fang Ping's throat instantly. Fang Ping shifted his feet lightly. Just as he dodged, the long spear smashed down, bringing with it a thick vitality and killing intent. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. This was a killing move right from the start. The vitality outburst was extremely strong. "Can your vitality be stronger than mine?" Fang Ping pulled his legs apart. Suddenly, he lowered his waist and shot up. His Changdao slashed down with the weight of Mount Tai. He had just leaped up when Chen Qiufeng let out a low growl. His long spear changed direction, piercing his blade directly. He stabbed several times in rapid succession, causing Fang Ping's Changdao to deviate from its center. Immediately after, Chen Qiufeng's body moved, closing in on Fang Ping rapidly. He leaped into the air, bending his knees. Both knees slammed into Fang Ping's chest forcefully and ferociously. Fang Ping did not retreat. He waved his palm and slapped his knees. Just as he slapped, Fang Ping felt a jolt in his palm. It was slightly painful. Chen Qiufeng's fighting technique was simple, but it was unforgiving when he gained the upper hand. It was not enough for his knees to slam into Fang Ping's chest. Both his hands that were holding the spear also bent, his elbows slamming into Fang Ping's head ferociously. Fang Ping let out a low growl, retreating a few steps. His Changdao slashed down rapidly. Chen Qiufeng held his spear and stabbed again. His vitality outburst was extremely powerful. His speed was extremely fast too. He stabbed more than 10 times in a row, sparks flying everywhere. When Fang Ping's Changdao deviated again, Chen Qiufeng let out a low growl. A weak crimson blood-red glow appeared on the spearhead, pointing the spear at Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping furrowed his brows, letting out a low growl. His saber's speed increased by another 30%. A crimson blood-red glow also erupted, slashing toward his collarbone. However, Chen Qiufeng did not seem to see it. His long spear was still stabbing toward Fang Ping's throat with unparalleled ferocity. Sullen anger flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. Was Chen Qiufeng certain that he would not kill him? Or was it that the military department's fighting technique was like this? There was no time to think too much. Fang Ping's Changdao deviated rapidly, slashing toward the spear shaft. The explosive force was extremely great. The long spear that was slashing slanted instantly, piercing the void beside Fang Ping. Chen Qiufeng did not have the joy of surviving a disaster, nor did he have the slightest hesitation. Almost at the same time when Fang Ping slashed his long spear off course, this fellow pressed forward again. His elbows and knees attacked Fang Ping. Every move was a vital point, either the groin or the throat. For a peak rank 3 martial artist, the throat was naturally one of the vital points. As for the groin, although the physique was very strong, it was definitely a vital point too. If it was hit, even a man would not be able to withstand it. Fang Ping pulled away again. As a result, the moment he pulled away, the spear tip appeared in front of his throat or face. From the beginning to the end, Chen Qiufeng was like a robot. His speed was extremely fast, and his explosive force was extremely strong. He did not give his opponent any time to catch their breath. On this side, Fang Ping was still holding back his anger. Chen Qiufeng changed his fighting technique again. When Fang Ping slashed the long spear with a saber once again, Chen Qiufeng's eyes suddenly turned red. With a furious roar, he pulled his spear back. Then he paused for a moment after accumulating his strength. Immediately after, the long spear erupted with a buzzing sound, piercing toward Fang Ping's head like lightning. Military Department Martial Artist. This term appeared in Fang Ping's mind at this moment. In the next moment, almost without any hesitation, the Changdao seemed as if it was going to cut open the void, unleashing a powerful vitality force. As the saber slashed down, only a series of almost indiscernible continuous sounds could be heard. A rumble. The ground split open, gravel splattering everywhere. Fang Ping had just caught his breath when Chen Qiufeng flew backward for a while, but he did not stop at all. He tossed the long spear in his hand, letting out a whistling sound, heading straight for Fang Ping's face. As for Chen Qiufeng himself, he was also following behind the long spear that was tossed out. Fang Ping was just about to dodge. Seeing that, he suddenly let out a low growl. His left hand turned into a palm blade, slashing at the long spear that was flying towards him rapidly. After cleaving the long spear away, Fang Ping growled, "Have a taste of my 7-in-1 slashes!" Buzz! The air howled. Fang Ping held his saber single-handedly in his right hand. The Changdao trembled slightly in midair 7 times, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed downward. Chen Qiufeng's gaze was cold and fierce. His speed increased by 30%. He did not care about the Changdao slashing down. Instead, he clasped his fists together, intending to break Fang Ping's neck with one punch. At this moment, Fang Ping's Changdao slashed downwards. Chen Qiufeng's fists went straight for his throat. Whoever was faster would live, whoever was slower would die. There were not many onlookers. Other than a few soldiers, there were only Sun Mingyu and his friend who had brought Fang Ping here. The faces of Sun Mingyu and Sun Mingyu were solemn, and the faces of the surrounding soldiers were also dark. Chen Qiufeng's ability seemed to be slightly weaker than Fang Ping. However, Chen Qiufeng's fighting style was straightforward. Every move was deadly. In comparison, Fang Ping was slightly less straightforward and fierce than him. However, at this moment, up until now, the winner and loser would be decided in one move. As for who would win and who would lose, if no one intervened, there might be casualties. Just as the most powerful military officer was about to intervene, Fang Ping had just slapped away the long spear. His left hand, that seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, suddenly appeared in a flash. His left hand was in the shape of a palm saber, unleashing a strong vitality, slashing toward Chen Qiufeng's fists. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Fang Ping's left palm slashed Chen Qiufeng's combined fists, causing blood to splatter everywhere, deviating from the direction of his throat. The Changdao, on the other hand, had already slashed downwards, reaching the top of Chen Qiufeng's head, bringing along countless hairs that had been shredded by the force. At this moment, the top of Chen Qiufeng's head was also bleeding profusely. His face was full of traces of blood flowing down. "You've lost!" Fang Ping panted. His Changdao did not move away. Chen Qiufeng wiped off the blood on his face, but he was not too disappointed. He said calmly, "Your vitality is very strong. You held the saber with your right hand, and you still have the strength to unleash it with your left hand. Can you tell me exactly how high your vitality is?" It was not only because of his high vitality, but also because he could multitask and unleash big moves with both hands. Of course, This was related to the strength of his mentality. Fang Ping had enough spare energy to control it. Chun Xiufeng had guessed this and was not too surprised. Above 1,400 calories, Chun Xiufeng suddenly became silent. He brushed past him and bent down to pick up his spear. He said in a muffled voice, "You are not ruthless enough. If you are ruthless enough, you don't have to fight with me until now. You could catch up with me and kill me with one slash. I just want to spar, not kill. That's why I said that sparring with human martial artists is meaningless. I prefer sparring with catacombs martial artists. It's either he dies or I die." Fang Ping shrugged and said no more. Chun Xiufeng was very strong, but he might not be much stronger than Ling Yi. It could only be said that his fighting style was very fierce, and every move he made was with his life on the line. Those who were weaker or slightly stronger than him would have their hands and feet tied in a real fight. That was why it was very difficult for them to be his opponent. Ling Yi had actually killed many people too. However, Ling Yi was not purely fighting with her life on the line. She still had the thought of protecting herself. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, Ling Yi would also defend and block. Chun Xiufeng, from the start until now, had not blocked even once. When he and Ling Yi met under the situation where their strengths were similar, Ling Yi might be killed, while Chun Xiufeng would probably end up with serious injuries. As for Fang Ping, his vitality was much stronger than his. His mentality was also much stronger, so he won quickly. Victory or defeat was actually in the blink of an eye. After both of them had finished sparring, the slightly older military officer chuckled and said, "Fang Ping, do you consider coming to the Beijiang military department to train for a period of time? Your strength is not weak, but I can see that you haven't seen much blood." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Actually, he had killed many people. However, compared to these people in the military department, it was really much less. "Thank you, but I still need to return to school. Forget it for now." Fang Ping shook his head. If he really wanted to see blood, there would be plenty of opportunities. Magic City's catacombs was just beside the school. If he wanted to fight, he could directly enter the catacombs. At this stage, he could kill as many people as he wanted. What a pity. The older military officer felt slightly regretful. It was slightly more difficult for the military department to recruit geniuses than martial arts universities. After all, in the eyes of most people, martial arts universities were more popular. After entering a martial arts university after graduation, there would be a variety of choices. The military department, the political world, the Department of Investigation Services, business, these were all possible. What about the military department? That was much more restrictive. The descendants of martial artists, unless they were soldiers, would also rarely choose to enter the military department. The military department's mortality rate was much higher than martial arts universities. Even rank 1 martial artist had to go to the battlefield. As for martial arts universities, at least they would cultivate you to rank 3 before going. The military department cultivated powerhouses. It was more similar to Wu Quishan's idea, throwing thousands or tens of thousands of rank 1 martial artists into the catacombs. They would be stronger if they survived. Regarding the military department's approach, no one questioned it. Different from martial arts universities, the military department's main mission was to guard and fight. As for why martial arts universities wanted to do so, there were many objections. After the sparring, Sun Mingyu stepped forward and smiled. "I didn't expect you to win so easily." "It wasn't easy." Fang Ping shook his head. "I fought with others for a long time, until I was covered in cuts and bruises. That's because everyone's goal is to learn from each other. Their goal is to kill. At this time, if he can't kill me, I can kill him. He didn't intend to hurt me. No matter how serious his injuries are, there's still a chance to turn the tables. It's better to kill him in 1 blow. No matter what, you still won. Your vitality is terrifyingly strong." Fang Ping smiled. "There's no qualitative change yet. The power of vitality between 1,000 calories and 1,400 calories is still the same. If it's slightly stronger, once there's a qualitative change, then that's the real change. The few of them chatted for a while. Fang Ping did not continue to disturb them and was about to leave. At this time, Guoxian, who had been silent all this while, walked over and said, "Fang Ping, please take care of my brother. He admires you very much." "Ah, Guo Shang." Fang Ping was stunned. This guy was that little fatty's brother? Guoxian did not say much. He said briefly, "Actually, I don't really want him to become a martial artist. However, it's his own choice. I won't stop him. MCMAU is more suitable for him than the military department. I'm outside all year round and can't take care of him. I hope you can help me take care of him. For people like us, our only hope is for our family to be safe." Fang Ping looked at the well-proportioned, cool and handsome young man. He then thought of little fatty Guoshang. After a while he said in confusion, "Biological brother?" Guoxian looked at him for a while and nodded slightly. He did not say anything else and walked away. Chan Xiufeng, who was beside him, wiped the blood off his body and put on his coat. He smiled faintly. "Help me take care of Chun Yunxi." Fang Ping broke down. "Your sister?" "Yes, biological sister. Cousin." Fang Ping was completely speechless. What should he say? Was it a reunion? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Chan Xiufeng looked at him strangely. "Why should I tell you in advance?" Now he just said casually. Whether he took care of her or not depended on his mood. No one would force him. Moreover, it might be better if he did not take care of her. Who knew when he would bring people out and be hacked to death? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Finally, he looked at the old military officer who was about to leave. He said softly, "Big brother, do you have any relatives that you want me to take care of?" The old military officer could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "No need. Take care of yourself. Becoming a grandmaster is more important than anything else." A grandmaster was an army, a martial artist army. An army formed by martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, with less than 10,000 people, could be slaughtered if they encountered a grandmaster. One more grandmaster meant one more hope of victory. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Then he nodded and said, "I believe it will be very soon." Everyone in the field laughed. No one said anything. They did not want to hurt Fang Ping's confidence. If becoming a grandmaster was so easy, there would not be so few grandmasters in Sino Nation. Although a few hundred people was not a small number, this was the accumulation of hundreds of years. Among more than 300 grandmasters, more than half were over 80 years old. There were very few who were really young. There were only a few in recent years. Fang Ping, who was not even 20 years old, even if he had the hope of becoming a grandmaster, how many years would it take? The old military officer did not say anything and left with the others. Winning or losing was fine. Losing to humans was better than losing in the catacombs. In the catacombs, if they lost, only death awaited them. On the 8th of August, the rank 3 combat strength ranking list was updated again. MCMAU Fang Ping ranked first. Once the ranking list was released, the outside world knew that Fang Ping must have challenged the military department martial artists. It was a pity that they did not see the video. In reality, if they saw it, they would probably be greatly disappointed. Chapter 278. It was a scorching summer day. While the outside world was still engaged in heated discussions, Fang Ping had already driven back to Magic City. Shanghai was bustling and lively as usual. On the streets, there were more girls in skimpy clothes. Fang Ping could not help but steal a few glances. He was used to seeing the valiance of female martial artists. Compared to these ordinary girls, it was a completely different feeling. Female martial artist. In the car, Fang Ping drove slowly, shaking his head slightly. Female martial artists were almost equivalent to terrifying creatures. Yang Xiaoman had butted Han Su. Zhao Xuemei kicked his crotch, and Ling Yi carried a heavy axe. Even the seemingly weak Qin Yunxi would be a terrifying creature if she really exploded. Sister Ro is not fated to be a female martial artist. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. However, for martial artists like him, it would be best if their other half was also a martial artist. Talking about the catacombs, martial arts, dedication, and sacrifice with the other half, everyone could be unbridled. If he were to talk about this with an ordinary person, the other party might not understand at all. The generation gap would be huge. As he thought about these things, Fang Ping was also pondering a very serious problem. His wealth was gone. Only cash, 35 million in cash. On this trip up north, he didn't earn much, but he did earn some money. After a few advertising fees, he earned 28 million. However, his wealth, which had been used to hone his torso bone marrow, had been depleted after a few challenges. I still have to prepare for a breakthrough to rank 4. That'll cost money too. Where can I earn money? Without wealth, how could he beat up a rank 4 martial artist? With his current physique, beating up a rank 3 martial artist was no problem at all. In terms of vitality, his vitality was not weak, and his recovery speed was fast. If he fought someone of the same rank, even if his opponent took pills, they would not be his match. However, this referred to one-on-one battles. If a few more peak rank 3 martial artists surrounded and attacked Fang Ping, without powerhouses like Ling Yi and the others, Fang Ping could still fight 1 against 10. If more came, however, he could only rely on his physical body to resist. To earn money, Fang Ping felt a slight headache coming on. Students like them were forbidden from entering the Magic City catacombs. Fang Ping did not really want to do normal missions. The company had sold some of its shares not long ago. It would be difficult to make money now. McMao, the huge MCMAU, was now so quiet that it was as if there was no one there. Once the summer vacation arrived, almost all the students below rank 3 went home. Of the rank 3 students, some were out on missions, while others went to various places for internships. Currently, in MCMAU, which was comparable to a small city, there were probably less than 500 students on campus. The school gates were still shut, but a small door had been opened to the side if a 4 or 5 meter wide door could be considered a small door. At the sentry post outside, the school guard who was on duty saw Fang Ping's car. He stuck his head out and smiled. "Student Fang, you're back. You've really made MCMAU proud this time." "It's nothing much," Fang Ping said humbly, then smiled and said, "Uncle, are you a grandmaster?" When I was in other martial arts universities, I heard that the powerhouses in their schools were either guarding the door or in the library or the combat techniques room. You're a grandmaster powerhouse too, aren't you? MCMAU's school guard was not too old. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. When he heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he could not help but laugh. If I were a grandmaster, would I still be here? I would have gone to the catacombs a long time ago. But thanks to the school's blessings, after all these years of grinding, I've also reached rank 3. I've embarrassed you guys. A rank 3 gate guard was actually very strong. If the school guard went to a small city, even if he was lacking in other aspects, he could still be an assistant in a prefecture-level city's Department of Investigation Services. There was no need to think too much about being an assistant. In the Department of Investigation Services, a simple thug would do. However, these people were used to staying in MCMAU, so they were not willing to leave. Fang Ping was slightly regretful when he heard that. Then he chuckled. "Uncle, you're also very powerful. If you go to other martial arts universities as a rank 3, you can even become an instructor." The uncle smiled and said softly, "I'll retire in MCMAU. When I'm old, when I die, I hope I can be buried in MCMAU." As he said that, the uncle looked toward the southern area. That was the home of MCMAU's instructors. Although he was not an instructor in MCMAU, he had contributed almost all of his life to MCMAU. Even if he died, there should still be a place for him there. Fong Ping saw him looking toward the southern area and could roughly guess what he was thinking. He smiled and waved his hand, not continuing the conversation. After returning to the dormitory, Fong Ping sat for a while. The dormitory area was unusually quiet. Most of the freshmen had gone home. Fu Changding and the others were not there yet. "I'll be a sophomore in a few days." Fong Ping sighed. After some thought, he stepped out of the door and walked toward the logistics department. Lu Fengru was not back yet. He still had to ask Old Man Li about breaking through to rank 4. Logistics department. Nowadays, the logistics department was no longer deserted. There was almost no one in sight. Old Man Li, who had always been in charge of the logistics department, was actually not there. The only staff member who stayed behind saw Fong Ping and quickly informed him that Old Man Li was working in the School of Weaponry's instructor building. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. Work. What an unfamiliar term. Old Man Li was working? Without thinking too much, Fong Ping turned and went to the School of Weaponry's instructor building. There were still instructors in the school. After asking around, he found out where Old Man Li was. A few minutes later, Fong Ping knocked on the door and walked in. His face was full of shock. "Instructor, you're the dean now." Old Man Li tossed a document aside and rubbed his head. "Deputy." When Fong Ping and the others entered the catacombs, the old vice-chancellor had made arrangements. Huang Jing was the deputy vice-chancellor, while Tang Feng and Li Changsheng were the deputy deans of the School of Weaponry. Because of the catacombs incident, this matter had not been announced until now. Wu Quishan had not officially taken over as vice-chancellor. Naturally, these deputy deans would not take up their posts publicly. However, Huang Jing and Tang Feng had not returned yet. As the deputy dean, Li Changxing had no choice but to step out and start handling the school's affairs. Fong Ping's face was full of joy. "You're the deputy dean, and the deputy dean of the School of Weaponry at that. That's good news. Why don't I ask Dean Huang to let you be the dean? What are you thinking?" Old Man Li said impatiently, "MCMAU School of Weaponry is both a signboard and a facade. If you don't have Grandmaster level strength, becoming the dean of the school will lower MCMAU's standards for no reason. Don't count on me as the dean. It's more like the School of Social Sciences." Having said that, Old Man Li glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Not bad. Your aura is much more condensed. It's not as sloppy as before. You look much more pleasing to the eye." Fong Ping smiled proudly. "Of course. No one in rank 3 is my match anymore. All right, stop showing off. You're still too inexperienced." Old Man Li did not think much of it. He gestured for Fong Ping to sit down and said lazily, "When I return to school, I'll go to the research institute and collect some samples." When Fong Ping heard this, he felt a little awkward. "Instructor, do you really have to go?" "Collect some samples and make a backup sample. It doesn't matter whether or not we can get anything out of it. It's still a contribution to mankind. Some rank 7, 8, and 9 powerhouses will voluntarily provide some blood and bone samples for the research institute to study after they break through." Old Man Li pursed his lips. "Although we didn't get anything too good out of it, do you think that all kinds of pills are developed out of thin air? It's based on these that we did some clinical trials before we developed them specifically." Fong Ping did not say anything after hearing what he said. Since even grandmasters were doing it, it would not be too awkward for him to provide some blood and hair samples. As he said that, Fong Ping thought of the official reason for his return. He said, "Instructor, I want to break through to rank 4. Is there anything I should pay attention to?" Rank 4. Old Man Li was slightly dazed. That was fast. It had only been less than a year. He remembered when Fong Ping entered the school and participated in the school division competition at the start of the school. He was not a martial artist yet. However, in less than a year, he was about to break through to rank 4. After being dazed for a moment, Old Man Li came back to his senses and said, "Rank 4 is actually a process of building a bridge." Fong Ping nodded. I know. The instructor mentioned it once. Build the bridge between the inside and outside, communicate vitality, and continue honing the internal organs from the outside to the inside. After honing the internal organs, achieve half a golden body. Step into peak rank 6, start nurturing mentality, unite the essence, spirit, and soul, and officially step into the Grandmaster realm. Old Manly rolled his eyes. I don't need you to teach me. What are you interrupting me for? Ignoring Fong Ping, Old Manly continued. If you want to step into rank first, you must cultivate the methods of honing. Internal organs. I know. The methods of honing are divided into internal and external chapters, but I haven't learned the internal organs chapter. Shut up! Old Manly flew into a rage and scolded. If you interrupt again, get lost now. Fong Ping looked embarrassed. I really know. I'm just asking how to break through to rank 4. There's no need for you to repeat such basic knowledge. Old Manly let out a humph and continued. The cultivation of the internal organs chapter is the process of opening the bridge. The internal organs are just a general term. The 5 viscera have a clear definition: heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. As for the 6 viscera, there are different definitions. The commonly mentioned 6 viscera are gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, small intestine, bladder, and sanjiao. However, sanjiao is more of a concept for those below rank 6. Therefore, when building the bridge, we only need to build 5 bridges that connect the 5 viscera. When you build a bridge and successfully connect the inside and outside, then you can be called a rank for martial artist. At this point, you can be called an early stage rank for martial artist. When all 5 bridges are successfully built, we will set you as a middle stage rank 4. When you start honing the 5 viscera, the first thing we have to hone is the heart, because the heart is one of the most important organs in the human body. Only a strong heart can withstand a martial artist's high burden. Once the heart is honed, then you are an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. Peak rank 4, on the other hand, you have to hone 4 of the other 5 viscera. Only when the 5 viscera are completely honed can you be a peak rank for martial artist. Fong Ping nodded. Old Manly was unhurried, continuing. Rank 5, on the other hand, is honing the 6 viscera. Or rather, you can't say it like that. It is honing all parts of the internal organs other than the 5 viscera. This is what rank 5 martial artists have to do. Fong Ping continued nodding. Old Manly continued to speak. He did not know much about these things. Middle-ranked cultivation was not part of the basic curriculum. It was taught by the instructors alone. Because there were too few middle-rank students, there was no need for the school to set up large classes because they were almost not needed. Of course, after you graduate and step into the middle ranks, you can also return to school to ask for guidance. At peak rank 5, at this point, the human body can be said to have completed honing other than the skull. Then, what should a rank 6 martial artist do? Old Manly answered his own question, smiling. Strictly speaking, a rank 6 martial artist is no longer honing the body, but integrating the strength. Didn't I say it before? Sanjiao is very mysterious. It's a concept, but it's also not a concept. What a rank 6 martial artist needs to do is to seal off the Sanjiao, forming a true internal circulation system. A martial artist's vitality overflows. As they grow older, their vitality will also decline. However, if a rank 6 martial artist can seal off the Sanjiao, forming a natural internal circulation, then their condition will no longer decline. Fong Ping only understood half of it. After thinking for a while, he said, "What you mean is that rank 6 is actually cultivating an illusory organ. In the eyes of many people, the Sanjiao doesn't actually exist. Just like mentality, it refers to other empty cavities other than the visible organs." Old Manly laughed. Actually, it's not illusory. When you cultivate to peak rank 5, you'll realize that after the human organs have been honed, This part exists in the body. However, before you reach peak rank 5, you won't be able to feel it. At that time, the Sanjiao is actually 3 doors. What a rank 6 martial artist needs to do is to seal off these 3 doors. Forget it. You can't experience it now. It's useless to say it. Let's return to rank for cultivation. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. I'm asking about rank for cultivation. Old man, you're so talkative. Why did you have to talk about rank 5 and 6? Breaking through from peak rank 3 to rank 4 is actually not difficult, but it's not easy either. For you, it's actually relatively simple. To build a bridge, the first thing to build is the bridge of the heart. There's definitely some danger. This is opening a channel in the nothingness of the body to communicate with the inside and outside. However, in reality, the heart is closely related to the outside of the human body. There are still traces to follow. Following this path, opening up an energy channel or vitality channel will make you a rank for martial artist. However, this process consumes a lot of vitality. Under normal circumstances, the vitality pool is much easier. You don't need it. Fong Ping wanted to say, I need it. Right now, he had depleted his vitality and had nowhere to replenish it. Buy a few viscer-shielding pills to protect your internal organs. Don't let your internal organs get hurt. Let your body be at its peak. Open up the channel and build the bridge. Anyway, that's all. Your physique is very strong. I don't think it'll be a big problem. Of course, if you're really afraid of death, I can protect you if Lu Fengru hasn't returned. Fong Ping's expression darkened. I'm afraid of death? Who's afraid of death? I didn't say I needed someone to protect me, but old man Li insisted. I can't do anything about it. I can't turn down the old man's good intentions. I understand. Instructor, I don't have the methods of honing internal organs. Do you have it? Of course. You're breaking through too fast. Lu Fengru isn't around recently. It's the same if I give it to you. Old man Li tossed a book to Fong Ping. Without waiting for him to open it, he laughed and said, Fong Ping, actually cultivating step by step isn't what a genius should do. Isn't your vitality extremely high? You can try building 5 bridges at once and step straight into middle stage rank 4. That works too. Of course it works. If you're capable of honing all 5 viscera in one go, then I'll consider you impressive. You'll be at peak rank for immediately. Fong Ping pondered for a moment. Suddenly his face fell. No, I don't have money. I lack wealth. Where am I going to find wealth to replenish my vitality? Just by hearing it, he knew that building 5 bridges would definitely consume a lot of wealth. Otherwise, he would not have specially divided them into early stage and middle stage rank 4. If he was not mistaken, without a vitality of more than 10,000 cal, he could forget about building them in one go. If other rank 3 martial artists needed to go to the vitality pool to assist in cultivation after building a bridge, it meant that their vitality was insufficient. Replenishing 10,000 cal of vitality now would require tens of millions of wealth. This was still Fong Ping's own estimation. He would not attempt to complete it in one go if he did not have more than 20 to 30 million. Old man Li gave him a slightly strange look. After a while he said, The danger isn't too great. Is there a need for you to be so afraid, kid? Fong Ping continued to roll his eyes. I'm afraid? If I can enter middle stage directly, what am I afraid of? The key is that I don't have the confidence. Does this old man really think that vitality comes out of thin air? Ignoring old man Li's thoughts, Fong Ping took the methods of honing internal organs and stood up. Then I'll go back and read some books. I'll find a time to break through. I'll let you know when the time comes. You've met the requirements now. Actually, you only need 1 or 2 days to prepare. I'll prepare for a few more days. Fong Ping knew his own difficulties. He also wanted to break through now. The key was back to square one. I still need to earn money. Fong Ping walked out of the office with only this thought in his mind. Rank 4 was clearly at hand, but he was troubled by money. Spending money to go to the vitality pool was fine, but old man Li's suggestion of building 5 bridges in one go still tempted Fangping. The first time they were built, the interference between the bridges was not strong. It was easier. Otherwise, if the first passageway was built successfully, there would be some energy interference and rejection if they continued to build. This was also the advantage of building in one go. Earning money is so hard.